I feel like this is what you do when your backs are against the wall and you're super desperate.
This is a big red button.
Desperation.
Desperation.
I mean, we've seen this from the Gators before, where they lose two games and they're down, and they just comp swap to something crazy.
I really feel like if they locked in RMD, they would potentially win. Like if they just had confidence.
I think so too. I think they're very good at it. I think that game was just a fluke. I think Empyrean was very, very close. Like I said, man, they were in the driving seat for the first 4 or 5 minutes, and then it took over from F tier once they started going on Cubsy with the cooldowns. But it's not an unwinnable matchup. I think bringing in the double rogue, it's a good experiment in the upper bracket. I will say that much. They can always do a lower bracket run, and they don't mind a lower bracket run. We've seen them come from the lower bracket after losing to Welcome to the Jam, and just blitz through that lower bracket and win the whole thing. So experiment while you're in the upper bracket. I get it, but I also think it's a bit of a YOLO pick. Stick to RMD. You know it works. You know you can win.
I mean, to be fair, this is actually what I thought they were going to lock in the blind pick, so I can't be too disappointed with this. Because I do kind of think they're going to win. They're very coordinated. You know, a lot of the time with, like, the teams that are playing double Outlaw, it looks a bit like, you know, Outlaw Rogues are very strong right now. You know, others throwing out cooldowns, they're surviving, they're attacking, and they win. But these guys actually do, like, really good setups and swaps. You know, like, they play this, like a real comp. And it is scary. You have 2 blinds. You have twice as many stuns. You can bounce around.
I don't disagree with you. I think the outlaw damage is ridiculous right now. You stack
pretty good.
It's gonna be a good time. You got the Zen spheres from the Misc month as well.
And Mystic Touch.
Damage taken. Yep, and a little touch of death as well, and any additional kicks. As well as the incap, the sweep, potential sleep. I don't know if you'll play that because Trematone is available for Soul, but it's gonna be a very, very big game because double outlaw is gonna take a ton of damage as well.
Do you think they'll lock in double dwarf? I kind of feel like they will.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's Feral True, right? They've got the dwarf set up. Just trade it on Incarn and Luca Bleeds.
Yeah, have a good time. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a big thing that, you know, you don't have to be a Night Elf anymore as an Outlaw. Before, there was tons of reset mechanics tied to stealth and vanish. So Shadow Meld was essential as a Night Elf for Outlaw. That doesn't exist anymore. It's been changed in Midnight, so now playing different races, the Orc, the Dwarf, Gnome even that we see against Mages. It all works.
Yep. All right, here we go. I do wonder who... I feel like Gator's Back is going to go after all 3 targets. We have a Sap on Meep, and they're playing it safe, so Daze is just going to be controlling on Meep, likely throwing out a blind after this. So they get a lot of initial pressure here, good crowd control.
Oh, the static
nice
field.
Static there by Saul, really nicely done, bringing in some tech here against the double rogue to give himself some breathing room.
Yep, going out to Dallas now, but are they able to force the Bark Skin? Looks like they are able to get the Astral Shit from Saul as well, so it's Christmas for the double Outlaw Rogue, getting both big defensive cooldowns. Meat Monk, of course, still has his. Cubsy now gets put into the stun, but look at Saul. Cubsy just instantly ports out of there. Mystery Monk is so nice when you get stunned up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely being able to just get out of there as fast as possible. Meat Monk now in a paralyze, and that does mean they could go after Meat potentially too, but they're just controlling him. Saul is getting completely destroyed so far in this game. And that will be a smoke bomb that drops down. And keep in mind, they do have 2. So Calvish still has his available that they're going to have to deal with. And Saul really has no defensive cooldowns. He's getting kind of owned so far in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Saul no Astral Shift. Meat Monk only has the cocoon to top him. So the next time they're able to connect onto Saul, the next stun that comes down is going to be very scary. And Saul is, of course, coming off that stun DR very shortly. See if they have any follow-up CC onto Meat Monk. Incap available for Cubsy if he's able to push up for that. Kidney onto Dallas. Catches in human form, stopping the Cyclone. Very nice plays. Does have Bark Skin rotating back up. Needs to get back onto Soul though. He's back. Daze is going to go solo.
Yeah, solo mission. Calvish is there. Did have the follow-up. Double leg sweep though. Nicely done there by Meep. Doesn't panic, doesn't overreact. Manages to get up the double stun and just cross the map. He's away from his portal now, so next time he does get stunned up. However, he does get blinded. Like you mentioned, Saul right now in a little bit of danger. In terms of mana, Meep is way behind. I mean, Calvish and Daze are putting out a ton of pressure. Saul might just outright die. This is insane. Meep Monk does look like he's going to be able to top him off. Yeah, this is actually crazy right now. Mame goes out onto Kazi, but I don't think Dallas is going to be able to find the Cyclone with Calvish and Daze all over him.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm scared for Daze. Every single time he goes cat form, the double Outlaw Rogue hits him. It's actually super, super scary. You can't sit in bear form the whole time as a Feral Field, of course. Now they go onto Saul. Stunning Dallas on the Bloodlust from Saul, so nice defensive and offensive play from the double Outlaw Rogue. Going on to Dallas now, this is what I'm talking about, man. Feral Field's attack, sitting there for 0 damage.
No, they're actually just dampening them. They're just bringing the game to the late game right now. Essentially just winning on mana here in this match. Meep gets caught into a blind. Is he going to Trinket? He has Trinket and Life Cocoon, but greeting it out. Sol just trying to tank through the damage. Here's his big hit of damage with the Ascendants. This is an opportunity for them to get aggressive. Looking for a Hex, looking for a Stormkeeper. Where is the damage? Cubsy does get Hex, but Calvish is just on the run. He's behind the pillar. Immediately, all three members of Gators back are just out of there, and Sol just cannot connect damage.
Yeah, Dallas pushes in, but he's the one who's in trouble now. The double outlaw is Sol goes to the Aspirate for 45 seconds. Good CP with a kidney shot from Calvish. Nice follow up. Nature's Guardian procs on the Sol. I think he's going to be okay with the Life Cocoon. Revival, of course, available for Meatmonk as well, but this is almost the last cooldown for F tier.
Double Outlaw Rogue not looking bad. F tier burning through cooldowns rapidly here. They've managed to destroy the Life Cocoon, but Sol doing a good job just camping in Ghost Wolf before the damage comes, reducing a lot of that incoming damage. And now Calvish is actually in danger. Finally, Dallas and Sol are getting something going onto Calvish and Daze. Cubsy kind of struggling here, but he does have cooldowns. He has a revival if he needs it, of course, as well as that Life Cocoon. So Cubsy can keep his team alive. Calvish, no!
Oh no, DC'd! The Vortex DC'd him.
To the Vortex. Oh no. Daze got to keep him alive. He goes for the Gouge. They need to stay alive. They do have the Life Cocoon. They do have the revival, but Calvish needs to get back in the game as fast as possible.
There's the Life Cocoon.
Yeah.
Defensive Smoke Bomb comes through.
Bomb.
Cubsy has to do so much work. He has the Trinket available to him, at least. So, might be able to save Calvish, but here comes Meatmonk. You cap onto him. Calvish surely is going to go down here. I think when you go below a certain percent, you automatically use Cloak of Shadows. He loads back into the game.
He might be
there
back.
It is. The fake. He's back.
All right, Calvish uses the evasion to stay alive. This is match point, so I mean, at the same time, Gators back had to use a lot to secure Calvish surviving in that situation, but he still has the cloak. Full blind now onto Meep, and Sol could be in danger. Gators back might be able to turn it around here. Calvish, though, needs to be very careful. He has the Adrenaline Rush. He has the Smoke Bomb if he needs. He's got the Cloak of Shadows, and they're just going for it. Meep is not doing well on mana here.
Yeah, but the next Incarn is coming in 5 seconds. Dallas has no Trinket available. I want to see a blind from Daze onto the Incarn right away because Calvish, no evasion. Does have the Dwarf in 17 seconds, but there's this massive gap where he's going to be in tons of trouble. Here comes the Incarn. Daze doesn't have blind for it.
Uh-oh. Meep portals away. They might just make a swap here on Meep. They might just kill him. He can't get away, and Gators back. They do it with the double Outlaw Rogue. Calvish gets back in the game, and they close it out. They tie it up here. And now, what do you think about this? Because this is actually what I thought they were going to run when I predicted by 3-0.
I still think RMD would have won, but man, I feel like F tier didn't actually have a single opening this entire game. Even with Calvish DCing for what, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, Cubsy had the Trinket, Cocoon, Revival him. Bro, when Calvish came back, he had Evasion, he had Cloak, he had Trinket, he had Dwarf. They were chilling so hard, they were so far ahead mana-wise, they were ahead win condition-wise, every single time. There wasn't a single moment in this game where I thought apart from the DC.
I mean, yeah, it kind of felt like that to me too. Like where is the opening? And I honestly feel like they could go on Meatmonk more, like just hit him more in the stuns.
He's
like,
so squishy.
Yeah, he is very vulnerable to double Outlaw, and of course he can portal in stuns. But I mean, they literally swapped him once, and he just flopped through his portal. Unfortunately,
it was a Vortex. Vortex. DC'd him. Comes back in. Probably had no arena frames, but still able to execute and take down Meatmonk. I almost wonder, like, are they going to just win this tournament with double Outlaw Monk?
I kind of feel like
I'm a believer now. I'm kind of becoming a believer now.
So the only thing I don't think it will be, like the only thing I'm unconvinced double Outlaw will guarantee beat is Rogue Mage. Like, double Outlaw seems good into pretty much everything except Rogue Mage. So, yeah, I definitely...
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if we've seen Gators back, but this is 2 main rogues. You guys remember that Calvish, he plays a mage for this team.
I know.
But he's a rogue main. He was one of the best rogues, if not the best in a rogue.
You know, for a long time, I've never thought that Calvish rosters really make any sense. They sometimes have 2 mages, and Cubsy's the arcane mage, and Calvish is the frost mage, and they have 2 rogues. One's an outlaw rogue, one's a sub rogue. Now it makes sense. You take in both Daze and Calvish, 2 of arguably the best rogues in North America, and now you can run double Outlaw way better than anyone else can.
And you also take a little bit of a monopoly on the rogues in the region, right? Having both of them on your team. I mean, that's a real strategy. You play with the the best of that class. You don't have to face them. And a ton of players think about that when they're forming their rosters for the AWC. Of course, I love to see this from Gators back. I would prefer to see the RMD, but this adaptation and taking advantage of their strength, being able to use this double rogue is, I mean, it's working out for them.
Yeah, double outlaw. Definitely. I mean, we haven't seen the double outlaw since the days of Shadowlands. You know, the teams like Liquid running that with Sam and Trill on the rogue. So Gators back.
I remember
a little bit of a
those.
throwback here.
I was in the Outlands at that time, but I remember tuning into the AWC and seeing double outlaw and being confused.
Well,
it's been a long time since then. Outlaw has been seriously redesigned since those days. I remember back then Blind used to have cooldown reduction on it, so you would have a very short cooldown on Blind, and of course winning conditions with that. And back then Blind was an 8-second CC, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's hard to even think about that,
Blind
honestly.
Blind sap kid me.
Oh.
Okay, so I like this fan. Warrior Ret is the king of melee cleave mirror. However,
allegedly,
we are in
we'll
an outlaw meta.
Like, in my head, this should win. F tier should win. Like, this should stomp double rogue. But I'm actually not convinced. I really am not. Like, outlaw is very good right now.
Yeah, I feel like outlaw rogue is actually so gaps Ret, gaps warrior. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, you do have the same, right, from the Ret, and that makes sense. You have the Bob warrior, GCC as well, and of course, warriors is very annoying to deal with as a rogue because of the disarms, the stuns on your stuns.
Intervenes.
It's really annoying to deal with. However, outlaw rogue is pretty slippery, man, and with double evasion and the amount of damage an outlaw puts out, there is potential for this comp to work. They just need to make sure that they cover the Sanks from the Rets, so they need to kidney shot the Ret Pally first before going for a stun on the healer, otherwise, of course, I'm expecting Gators back. They know that they will execute. They could also get rolled by this point.
I really don't know who's going to win this. Like, all my World of Warcraft experience points to the Ret Warrior winning a cleave matchup like this, but I think anything is possible with double outlaw rogue. But I will say, Laros, he's really good at dismantling setups. Like, he's really good at intervening at the right time, dismantling at the right time, making sure he's away from his team so he can't get crossed easily at the right time. Pre-blade storming goes, intimidating shout. If you're running, I do wonder if they're going to play undead maybe for the intimidating shout. Like, what race are the outlaw rogues going to play here? Because intimidating shout is going to be very disruptive for their setups.
Absolutely. I don't think they'll play undead. I haven't seen an undead rogue since Classic WoW.
Since TBC, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I feel like they will go with the dwarf. See?
Undead.
Oh, undead! Triple undead.
Wow.
They actually set up undead rogues.
Oh, we gotta wait till the gates
Might be
are
fake.
open.
Might be fake.
All right, we're gonna get a refresh on the gates open. It's undead. They are undead.
They're actually triple
Are they?
undead.
Yeah, they are. See, I was right. That's every once in a while.
Alright, you know a thing or two. Sure.
And that's all just because the intimidating shout is just so powerful from Laros, and you can tell Laros, like I said, he's really good at just being away from his team during the setups. Looks like they are going to open on Cubsy. He's just going to portal away really quick. Triple shockwave comes in, and Laros is looking to shut them down, getting some damage rolling. Yeah, that's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, strong opener for F tier, but ultimately, they don't really get any evasions, don't really get any cooldowns. Instant Will of the Forsaken double on the intimidating shout. Looks like they're running up the Cubsy, and I kind of like that. A bit like the Mistweaver Monk. Yes, you can port while you're stunned, but if you stack them all up as the Red Warrior, you're going to have a good time. And Cubsy doesn't look like he has the port available right now. Gets blinded by one of the rogues, not sure which one, just to stop that setup from happening. Cubsy now able to kite away, and now it's double Outlaw's time to shine.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Daze is actually under a good amount of pressure. I really like that Sol and Laros are they're playing split up. Beat Monk taking a huge hit of damage. He's forced to use the Transcendence. And the second with Escape from Reality, he manages to stay alive. Cubsy has a slight mana lead. I don't know if it'll come down to that, but it's certainly possible. Life Cocoon onto Sol, but he still has pretty much every cooldown in the game to survive. So there's a lot of cooldowns that need to get out of the way in order to take down F tier.
Yeah, I also like these defensive lines onto Laros, realizing that they need to... They can't fall too far behind, but I mean, look at the mana difference. Sol is actually absolutely taking it on the Red Pally, and Meek Monk is a little bit behind Cubsy in mana, so the double outlaw not looking too awful, but the problem is Cubsy is very, very squishy on the MISC with Monk. If Sol is able to land a full pod on him, no port available, there is an opening. Laros now taking a lot of damage. I think he's going to be okay. Revival's available. Trades out his parry. He's died by the sword. Should be okay.
Yep, looking okay. Cubsy now into a full paralyze as his entire team is rotting down. The damage is looking good. Sol taking a little bit of pressure as well. Trades out the Divine Protection. And F tier, they may just have crafted a perfect composition here to dismantle what Gator's Back is doing. And that's the risk for Gator's Back locking in this particular match is they do open themselves up to these kind of counter comps. And now I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. We'll table that discussion for later on, depending on what happens in this game. But all three members of Gator's Back are getting absolutely smashed right now. F tier still has so many defensive cooldowns, but Cubsy's still leading on mana. Sol might die. I mean, the Outlaw Rogues are striking back in a big way with the Adrenaline Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And Calvish still has his running. He is in shockwave right now. Cubsy's going to get 60 shortly. Nice blind onto Meek Monk. Double blind onto Laros as well as they single target the Red Pally. But you look at details right now. Look at the damage done. Double Outlaw is cooking them. Cubsy hasn't used a single defensive yet. He still has the Cocoon, still has a revival, and he's able to keep up with the healing, whereas Meek Monk had to commit the Cocoon. So in terms of pressure, yes, it does look like Gator's Back are falling a little bit behind in terms of health, but Cubsy is just able to hold everything for a rainy day, and there is the Life Cocoon finally committed. A Sol now put into the kidney shot, trades out his ball. Should be okay with that. Meek has both of his.
Big damage here onto Meep as well as he portals away. Throwing in a little bit of damage here onto Cubsy. It's a race right now. Sol's low on health, but Dazed and Calvish are also low. They do have evasion if they need it, so both teams have cooldowns to trade. A full blind now onto Meep. Laros is getting low on health, and they might just make a swap here on the ward. Big demolish incoming, but Calvish trades out the evasion to survive. Dismantle at the same time. Cubsy getting low on health as he manages to top himself off. Beautiful intimidating shout, causing the wolf taken there from Dazed and Calvish. So a nice triple there by Laros.
Yeah, look at mana now though. Cubsy is the one who's further behind. I don't know what the situation is with the manatees. Yet the bop from Sol onto Laros. Sol does have the bubble still. The parry has rotated back up. Gator's Back not looking too good right now in this matchup.
Double blind goes out. Yeah, Laros, I think he's playing the AoE blind instead of gouge. Just reduce incoming damage. Let's just see if one of the rogues is actually running that. Double shockwave incoming. Dazed and Calvish are getting low, and Cubsy is running out of mana rapidly in this situation. Sol still has his Divine Shield. Laros still has the parry, and this is looking good for F tier to send Gator's Back to the lower bracket with their composition and map pick. We'll have to see what happens. Big spear incoming here from Laros. He gets dismantled, and Sol is still just on the run. Calvish is all over him right now, and his health is just not recovering. Meep is really struggling here, but at the same time, Cubsy is also, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, he still has the Cocoon, but the issue is both rogues are taking damage, whereas only really Sol on F tier side is the one taking any damage. Defensive line onto Laros, just to slow it down. Sol, lay on hands in 3 minutes. His cooldown reducing that over time, but does have the buffer available to him. Cocoon gets traded out. Nice, they don't overlap. Blessing of Sacrifice onto Laros, just to push to... Oh my god! Sol! He almost died pre-bubble.
Oh my god, that would have been so scary. Triple intimidating shout incoming. Shockwave, and it looks like Gator's Back has run out of time, but Laros caught into a kidney shot. Dazed and Calvish are flailing to survive, and Dazed has nothing left as he grapples across the map, just trying to survive. Sol's low on health. Sol might just die! He does! Gator's Back somehow wins the cleave matchup as double rogue and F. Raiders back, bringing in this double.
Out, and right now Drake in a sleepwalk here. Nick taking a decent amount of damage as well. And it looks like there is no real opening onto any of the rogues. Young Bahai sitting through a blind. Sam I Am could be a victim in this position as well. He did something that kidney shot, but it's going to be Young Bahai once again now in a kidney shot. And they get the follow-up crowd control. They're looking for it. Gets interrupted there. Nicely done by Nick, but that means Sam is open to do frost damage. Gets interrupted by that as well. Drake doing a great job. Sam dropping to 50% HP. Sea-Doo on the Prez Evoker struggling right now. Blue Sheep onto Drake. Sea-Doo repositioning here on the outside of the map. Trying to get away from the engagement a little bit, adding in decent amount of damage as well. Here's the cheap shot, Ring of Frost being casted. He's gonna connect it, he connects it, and Sam now on the run. Song of GG gets casted as well. Does he snipe that? Oh, that's a beautiful song right there that Jung Bahai is singing, and they sing it all the way to an ice block though. Sam with the overpowered barrier is gonna survive. That was the Emerald Communion as well that came out from
Yeah, Sam gets interrupted once again. Ray of Frost rotating up here soon. Sam will have some burst. He blinks into the middle of the map. Looks like they once again just cannot really find the pressure. Who are they going to go after? Nick is just out of line of sight, and it seems like Direwolves don't know what to do. They had everyone crowd control, but just no available damage. Full kidney shot now onto Sea-Doo. Can they take him down? The smoke bomb drops, and Sea-Doo is forced to trade out the trinket. He doesn't want to fall behind. He's making the trades, but now with no trinket, as well as no Emerald Communion, he's going to be in a really tough situation here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, Ray of Frost gets casted. Big damage. Sam, nice blink there. Outranges it with that. And now counter Ray coming out onto Nick. In a polymorph though. And it just looks so rough to play with the Prez Evoker. Because Sam is constantly having to kite, constantly having to play defensively here. Just sitting through so much crowd control in this position. Song of Shiji into a full kidney shot. Nick though on the back foot. Jung Bahai is going to have to trinket. Sea-Doo gets swapped to. Big damage onto Sea-Doo as well. Sea-Doo activates the Obsidian Scales though. Still has the rewind but no trinket. Now, last charge of Obsidian Scales, no Emerald Communion. They could swap to Sea-Doo and 100-0 him on the side of Jung Bahai, or on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Let's see if they decide to go for it.
They have Adrenaline Rush too. I mean, Drake has a ton of damage available. I think Welcome to the Jung, they could close this game out. We'll see what Sea-Doo's going to be able to do. I think he just loaded up a stasis, so he will have a stasis to keep himself alive in that stun lock. Drake and Nick are low. It looks like here they go. Drake's all over him, but he gets knocked away. Beautiful backup there by Sam. Managing to land the polymorph on Drake and buying Sea-Doo some time. He's got trinket in just 13 seconds, so just trying to play as greedy as possible. Doesn't want to allow Welcome to the Jungle to get a free setup here. Nick is low though. Finally some pressure for the side of the Direwolves as they're looking to strike back. Smoke bomb, kidney shot, and Trill could fall. He trinkets, cloaks, and a rewind. A huge panic situation there for Direwolves, but they stay alive.
Yeah, big panic there, but they managed to survive for this one, but Sam I Am now under trouble. But, oh, huge Ray coming out there from Nick, pushing the ice block, but still, it's going to have another ice block in the back pocket. I do think that Trill is a better target here if they can connect. But right now, they're going after Sea-Doo, actually. Big pressure, potentially. They can follow up with the more stuns. Doesn't look like it. Gouge instead. Go after Sam I Am. Sam I Am with the hypothermia right now. Not feeling too confident. Jung Bahai pushing in. The Song of Shiji gets interrupted on it. Trill, though, in a lot of trouble. Either with a beautiful rescue. Double leg sweep coming out there from Jung Bahai. Continuing the chain. The crackling Jade Lightning is burning away here as well onto the entire squad of Direwolves. Drake looking for his next victim. Who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Trill? Is it gonna be Sam? Drake gets caught up in a sleepwalk. It's dispelled though. Gouge on Sea-Doo. Sam I Am is gonna be the target here. Or Welcome to the Jung. Do they have any follow-up? Sea-Doo comes out. Looking for another sleepwalk there onto Drake. Not able to find it. Defensive Ring of Frost for Sam. Trill gets swapped to though. Trill might just go down right now. Song of Chi-Ji through the pillar here. Being casted by Jung Bahai. Big pressure there onto Trill. Be very careful. If he overextends behind a pillar like that, it could just be lights out. And Sea-Doo once again is struggling on the healing. Sam I Am is going to be able to recover, but it is costing Sea-Doo dearly.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. Just looking like a rough situation for the side of Direwolves. However, at least Sam I Am's one ice block. Nick, of course, will be getting stunned up here. It's still a mage race, but Jungle High just trades out the life cocoon, making Nick feel very comfortable in this matchup. Full blind on Sea-Doo. Oh, and Sam gets interrupted and almost just dies, exploding with a huge amount of burst, going down to 5% health, but he manages to find the ice block and stay alive. Great work there by Sam I Am, reacting quickly to that situation, but still not out of it yet. A full Ray of Frost is channeling, and Sam I Am might outright die. Beautiful ultra time. He stays alive, but this is not looking good for Direwolves. Drake, Nick, and Jung Bahai are swarming Sam. He cannot get away. Sea-Doo gets interrupted, and they drop. Welcome to the Jungle with a dominant push there at the end.
Insane push coming out from Welcome to the Jungle. And there was a couple of close ish moments of pressure. But overall, this felt like a very one-sided game in favor of Welcome to the Jungle. They had pressure on Trill, they had great pressure on Sea-Doo at times during these swaps as well. And just throughout the mage race, they were winning. I don't like the Prez Evoker whatsoever here on the Wolves. I think that they need to switch off of it. And I mean, having Sea-Doo as your healer, he's bringing a lot of flexibility on this roster. You can play any healer. You've seen it from him. So I would like to see him off of the Prez. I don't think the Prez is that good in the mirror matchup. We talked a little bit about it with Chan. It's just too susceptible to getting spam crowd control because you have to play on that kind of mid-close range and just susceptible to getting setups. I mean, look at Cedar's point of view. Constantly cows, kidney, counterspell, and Sam throughout the match just has to play so defensively, has to be so careful, whereas Nick can just play with more confidence. I mean, look at the damage differential as well between Nick and Sam. That's because Sam is constantly having to run, do defensive Ring of Frost, do defensive plays, just to stay alive in this position. I mean, that's great for the time. Sam doing a good job planning the year. I feel like he's in great shape, but yeah, there's not too much you can do when your healer is, you know, in such a long crowd control chain here. And eventually, you know, Welcome to the Jungle, be able to capitalize with the damage, with the Blade Rush, with the Ice Hunter, with the race, and take him down.
I think Nick just keeps interrupting Dream Breath too, which is like all the healing. It's really not an easy thing to do. Evokers have such a fast cast time, the way their class works. So interrupting that Dream Breath can be absolutely lethal, and it's been very punishing here. I think it's a Sleepwalk. He gets gouged. Okay, he's interrupted on Sleepwalk there. So, yeah, nicely done there by Nick. His counterspells were really good this game. Welcome to the Jungle claims game number 1, and definitely not the situation that you want to be in if you are Trill, Sam, and Sea-Doo. It's just such a hugely important match. You want to win this. You want to get through F tier and secure yourself in that top 3. But this is just, they're fighting, I think, the hardest team for them in this tournament, in this lower bracket match.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the seasons, this kind of has been the kryptonite of the Wolves here. Let's see what they decide to do though with the healer pick. Yeah, that game 1 was definitely convincing. Going to the Coliseum, big map. So maybe that will change things. I'm not sure though. We did see Sea-Doo play the Mistweaver in cup number 1, I believe it was. So he does have it under his belt, and ready to go. We'll see if they just decide to do a full head-on mirror here, because I do think they could win that. I mean, if I had to bet on my channel points, you know, I probably would still go for Welcome to the Jungle, but I think the Wolves, they could outplay and win that. Anything can happen in a mirror. It just comes down to who shows up better on the day, and I think Welcome to the Jungle has better teamwork, but individually, Direwolf has some fantastic players who can definitely make it happen.
What are they going to do? Is it going to be Rogue Mage once again? Are they going to lock in the Evoker? Sea-Doo playing some interesting talents on his Prez Evoker that I thought was at least worth mentioning. He's playing Dream Simulacrum, which increases your Verdant Embrace healing, but it makes it so you don't leap to your target with your Verdant Embrace anymore. But you drop having 2 charges of Verdant Embrace, and Verdant Embrace is what gives you your Nullifying Shroud. So I feel like he's having access to Nullifying Shroud far less often than he normally would by playing that talent. So for me, that was like very surprising to play that, because that's like the only way you keep yourself out of crowd control, right? Is by using your Nullifying Shroud PvP talent with your Verdant Embrace. And with this talent, it allows you to play a little bit more at range, but you're just not immune to crowd control nearly as much. So I wonder if this is the right decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he does get more healing with it, at least, so that's that's the plus side there. But I did feel like he still had to play in the fight, and it felt like he was crowd controlled quite a bit, regardless, even if he tries to kind of stay away. So I'm really not sure how it's going to play out for him. Maybe he will opt to just play more standard. But yeah, he's locking in the Prez once again, so we'll see how that plays out for them. They have a larger map at least to work with, but I just feel like the Mistweaver is just such a solid option, because you have, the Life Cocoon, you have great healing, you have extra spells, good offense, etc. The Crackling Blade Lightning is a big thing for such as death as well, but the biggest thing about the Mistweaver, in my opinion, is the Transcendence. it makes it so you basically have a healer that you can't swap to because they can just use that port while they're stunned. They have a lot of abilities that they can use while stunned, you know? So it makes it really hard to crowd control them because they can just put behind the pillar during the kidney shot or during the cheap shot, like when you're trying to set up the sheep. And they can just get back into the open as well. They can do the same when you're swapping to them. Whereas Sea-Doo can easily just get swapped to with kidney shot into blind onto Sea-Doo. Actually could sap this. No, they're going to sheep it instead.
Gosh.
MIM once again behind the pillar, taking a lot of pressure. Sea-Doo gets hit by the Song of Chi-Ji. Sea-Doo gets counterspell there as well. So Sea-Doo, the game has started and he's basically just been crowd controlled the entire game. Now finally leaving crowd control, going for some sleepwalks, and getting some pressure done here for the Wolves.
Yeah, definitely a really good push there by Welcome to Jung. Getting some initial momentum, but I think Sam-I-Am did a really good job of using that situation with his altar, just creating as much space as possible. Sea-Doo's going to be crossing the map, and they are playing on a small map here, on a large map here, which is interesting. You'd think the Evoker would want the smaller map, but looks like they will make a swap here onto Sea-Doo. He trinkets Obsidian Scales and Time Dilation, so a huge commitment there by Sea-Doo. Did they get the rewind as well? They do, and Drake is just completely destroying the Direwolves, getting Trinket, Obsidian Scales, rewind, Time Dilation, and they're still just dying. I mean, this is insane amounts of damage from Welcome to the Jung. Sea-Doo finally manages to stabilize here. Let's see what they can do, but I'm just afraid. It feels like Welcome to the Jung, they have all the pressure, all the momentum, and also it feels like they have all the confidence in this match.
Yeah, they have all the cards. They're holding all the cards right now in this position. I think they're looking for that Ray of Frost here. Onto Sam-I-Am. Quite low. You do in a kidney shot once again. Look at that paralyze as well. And again, it's just a Prez Evoker. He's still crowd controlled. You might actually be able to kill him through this CC chain. No, they're actually swapping Sea-Doo here. Kick on the Dream Breath. Beautiful, beautiful kick there from Drake. And now Sea-Doo is really sweating in this position. Sam-I-Am just set an entire ice block. Now another counterspell on Sea-Doo. Sam-I-Am could actually die on this hyper right now. Big pressure coming out from Welcome to the Jung. Finally a kidney shot to slow Drake down. But Sea-Doo is in a polymorph. And so far, Sam has to play so defensively. Now that Sea-Doo's getting swapped to, I feel like for the last minute, I've been looking at Sea-Doo's frame and he just can't play the game. He's either kicked, he's counterspelled, or he's blinded, stunned, or sheep. He just can't move. And now finally, he's getting some heals out, he's getting some sleepwalks, but Sam-I-Am, I mean, he just has to use this map and just keep hiding. The win condition for the Wolves has got to be to just kind of get a bit more dampening and then just try to take somebody down out of position. Maybe Drake out of position with a Ray of Frost or something like that. Because right now, the Wolves are just scared. They're looking like little puppies.
Yeah, they are on the run. Nick taking a little bit of damage, though, as Trill finally gets to sink his teeth in, getting some damage rolling here onto Nick. Drake at the same time, and it just feels like Direwolves right now, they're just stalling. They're just running. They're just attacking. They're not doing any kind of setups here. They're just trying to win with straight-up damage. Drake's going to roll back here, and they might actually go after Trill. Trill gets caught into the leg sweep. They're making a big swap on him. Sea-Doo playing from far away once again. Just going to be, playing this interesting build of Prez Evoker, so he doesn't actually have to go into the fight with his Verdant Embrace, but it's just, is it enough healing? Sam-I-Am gets interrupted and might just die once again. The burst damage here from Welcome to the Jung is absolutely insane. Huge Ray of Frost onto Drake. As it finally is some pressure rolling here for the side of the Direwolves. A full Ring of Frost drops down. Well done there by Nick as they continue this push. Trill's getting low on health. He pops the evasion. Is he going to have to trade up the Cloak of Shadows? That would be a nightmare. Big Glacial Spike, but looks like Trill, I think he vanished it, or it was not casted. It was interrupted somehow there. I don't know if that was a mass invis from Sam-I-Am. Sea-Doo gets interrupted once again, and it's like you said, it just feels like Direwolves is so far on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, even just there, Sea-Doo tried to take one step forward to get defensive on the Prez Evoker, and immediate kidney shot, full Ring of Frost. Now he's in a full sheep here. Nick is kind of low. His team has momentum, but because Sea-Doo is in a polymorph, MIM has to kite and just run to the opposite side of the map. And I feel like you can't really get any offensive sleepwalks with the way the game is playing out right now. There actually, he does get an offensive sleepwalk right there. Onto Jung behind. Nick's taking kind of damage, but at the same time, Alt Time activated for Nick. Blind with Sea-Doo into a sheep. There's a smoke bomb down to Drake. Can they take him down? He's being greedy. Beautiful, beautiful exchange there. But they force out the life cocoon only. Sadly, they wanted to get Drake's trinket there, so they hold on. Sea-Doo has to pull out the Emerald Communion as well, but Mana's doing good. So if they can hold on and just keep utilizing the map like this and kite, it could potentially dampen Welcome to the Jung. A full sleepwalk here onto Jung Bahai as well, on his Will of the Forsaken. Nick now actually feeling the pressure. There's a cheap shot. MIM looking for the sheep. He fake casts the interrupt. He gets a full sheep on Jung Bahai. This could be actually the first time in the match where they are developing. Oh, never mind. MIM is just taking so much damage. He gets interrupted on his glacial spike and drops to 50% HP immediate. Has to use the greater invis there for a second. Just buy himself a little bit of time, and oh my god, he's 1% HP. Sam almost going down there when the Wolves were the ones who actually had the CC chain. Immediate turnaround from Welcome to the Jung. Trill is dying still through everything. Has to use the Cloak of Shadows. Kitty shot onto Drake. He has a lot of work ahead of him. He gets counter spammed on the Dream Breath as well. His entire team is just crumbling beneath the waves here, but finally Dream Breath connects there onto Trill. MIM doing such a great job kiting. Finally, a Sleepwalk is going to connect onto Drake. There's the Verdant Embrace as well, the Chrono Flames, and MIM is going to be topped, but geez, that was a scary moment here for the Wolves.
Yeah, really, but I mean, this is actually the best we've seen from them. They have good pressure on Drake here. Nick was under a little bit of fire, but his runaway strategy is actually working decently well for them. Just create space, don't allow them to get these extended crowd control chains onto Sea-Doo. MIM still low on health, 27% dampening, and Sam might just die. Sea-Doo's forced to trade his trinket. Sam blinks away, but Drake is there. Dragon's Breath shuts him down for a moment. Trill rolls back to try to help, but the Ray of Frost lands. Drake also getting Ray of Frost. It is a race between these two teams. Drake gets the life cocoon, and he continues his push as Sam is just blinking. He's altering, he's blinking, he's altering, and now Nick is kind of left behind. I love this. This is actually working well. Allow Trill to just do Trill things, get out as much damage as possible, and just get gaps in the crowd control chain. They're actually winning on mana, like you mentioned. This is a potential game-winning strategy. They get an ice block here. Sea-Doo, though, in danger. Can they kill him? Sea-Doo's so low on health, he needs to survive to get the ice block from Nick, and this is the closest we've seen for the Direwolves. They pick this large map, they run away as much as possible, and they're finally getting some pressure, and they might just win. Nick might just die. They're doing it. Sea-Doo's there. Disintegrate, and he crushes them. Direwolves battle it back. It was not looking good for them, but as soon as they started playing a little bit more passive and force Welcome to the Jung to push, they started developing momentum, and they get the win. That's a huge win for them.
That is a huge win for the Wolves here. Just utilizing the big map, running in a big circle around the map, and just attacking the Rogue, forcing him away from Sam. I mean, Sam doing an insane job with the kiting as well on this map, but it is crazy that they recover from situations like this, right, where Sea-Doo gets counterspelled, he gets interrupted on his Dream Breath prior to that with the counterspell, then he finally gets it off. His entire team is on 20%. He gets swapped to here, but they don't have quite enough damage to actually take him down because of that sheep onto Drake and that disarm on Drake as well. So good shutdown. And then here towards the end, they finally connect with Polymorph. MIM popping off here in this moment, gets a full resheep there, and then they get the stun on Drake's trinket in that exchange as well. Have enough damage taken down, but here Sea-Doo was counterspelled on his green school, and then finally does manage to get out the heals here. MIM so low there as well, but that was a great chain, really, really good. And it just feels like anytime they try to play offensively, they're losing this matchup, but their knowledge of how the matchup is played out in a longer game seems to be working here against Welcome to the Jung, and could be a potential weakness here being exposed. What do you think, Van, should change on the side of Welcome to the Jung for them to kind of flip this strategy in their favor? Is there anything they can do?
I think we're going to the smallest map. It's going to be Hook Point, because it seems like the way Direwolves is winning this is keeping Sea-Doo out of CC. He's just playing at range, keeping meta crowd control, and it can be hard, right? Like the mages, Hook Point, surprise. It feels like as the mage, it's really hard to land crowd control on a healer that's just running away, right? Because everyone's playing Blink, you don't have Shimmer, so you have no run cast with Ice Blows, so the only way you're going to be able to really land crowd control is like out of something else, or if the healer is playing in your face. And if Sea-Doo's not playing in your face and he's just running away, I feel like Welcome to the Jungle, they have a few options. One, go on Trill a little bit more, and if Sea-Doo and Sam want to just run away, so be it. Then they can just go after Trill. But the other option is just play on a small map. So I think that's exactly what Welcome to the Jungle's going to do. But if Direwolves can win this one, I feel like they put themselves in a really good spot. Let's not forget, for Direwolves, they still have top 3 on the line. So it's very, very important that they win this series.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. For the Direwolves, this is everything for them, right? But in order to get top 3, I'm pretty sure they have to win the entire thing now. So they're going to have to go through Welcome to the Jung. They're going to have to go through the Gators. And then they're going to have to beat F tier as well. But what an insane story that would be if they actually pulled that off. I mean, beating they're in the entire competition, all the teams that are ahead of them, like, because currently in the standings they are 4th place, so beating the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd seed in the current standings would be just quite an insane feat for them. It would give them all the confidence they need to believe in themselves that they can actually win the finals too. Well, Direwolves here picking up an important win, but like you mentioned, they are on hook point, and this is a map where Evokers they might be walking the planks. So there's nowhere where Sam I Am can kind of kite around and drag the rogues away. There's no funny business going on here. You know, they may have the dragon on their side, but the Jung has the Drake.
Wow, so poetic. They both have pirates,
Yeah,
though,
good,
for
right?
this one. The Outlaw Rogue, I think it's a special buff here at Hook Point. I think they get extra lucky rolls for damage, you know, so. But unfortunately, both of them have that, so it kind of cancels each other out. But yeah, hugely important game. We'll see what happens. Sam I Am, we can take a look at his build, what exactly he's going to be running here. Looks like just a lot of versatility. Any interesting honor talents or anything like that? Doesn't look like it. Things are quite standard. I noticed like none of the mages, the only mage that runs Ice Wall is Tessia. You know? Sam I Am's not running it. None of the mages do.
Yeah, Tessia is still holding on to that Ice Wall. To be honest, a world where Tessia is not picking Ice Wall is not a world I want to be in. Like, I feel like Tessia is just... Tessia, that ability was made for Tessia, you know? He's making crazy plays with it. So I think it's kind of his signature move. But if we're talking about strictly efficiency, it might not be the most efficient ability in the current meta. It's, like a lot of these matchups kind of revolve around the rogue setting up the kills and not so much the mage. So we'll see here. I'm behind in a deep shot, and for a ray of frost on Sam. Huge opener here. Beautiful pressure coming out from bottom to the jump.
Yep, great job. I do like that Direwolves is not playing overly cautious here at the beginning of the game, but the reason they did win is because they were playing safe. I love these sleepwalks from Sea-Doo. Drake is getting controlled a lot more in this match. They're spam sleepwalking Drake. They're spam polymorphing Drake. And as a result, they are getting pressure. They get the life cocoon. Drake still hasn't really been able to connect too much damage so far this game.
Yeah, let's see. You do now in a sleepwalk, but broken there as well, but he gets kidney shot into a sheep as well. Trill taking so much damage. Trill might just die. If Jung Bahai can connect there, that's a death potentially. Not in range just yet, but still they get the salvation. They get a shot to battle. Does have a trinket though, at least for that smoke bomb, but still insane pressure coming in here, and you can see they have to play offensively here on the side of the Wolves. They have to stay in. Sea-Doo gets blinded. Is he in a frozen orb? I think it's Sam's orb actually. No, full ulti time there from Sam I Am. It's gonna reset his HP for a second, and he continues to kite. He needs to be careful casting Frost here. He's gonna probably have to go into the ice block. No, Sea-Doo comes out of crowd control and saves the day for now.
Nicely done. Still, Sam I Am under pressure right now and a little bit of danger. I do like the fact that Welcome to the Jung is punishing Trill more for the way Direwolves is playing this matchup. Jung behind now into a kidney shot. He tops off. Sam's still low, blinking away, potentially looking for a Frostbolt, but he's just going to be faking that cast. Still low on health behind this little gradient here, making it a little bit difficult for Sea-Doo to connect damage. Emerald Communion will trade. Sea-Doo not messing around, just trades it out, but a big Glacial Spike lands, and Sam is still low on health. There's been a few close calls on Sam so far this game. Sea-Doo gets interrupted on Dream Breath once again. These kicks on Sea-Doo are insane from Nick and Drake. Very impressive. I mean, I'm telling you, as a Pres Evoker, you do not get interrupted on that spell as often as I'm seeing in this match. It's a very rare, such a fast cast, but now it's actually Nick forced into the ice block, and Direwolves strike back. They tie it up. Right now, Nick is in danger. Look at this damage. Drake is dead. Zhang Bahai is dead. He's got a lot of work ahead of him here.
Yeah, and if they win this, they can always go back to large maps here. This is the swing map for the Wolves. Can they do it against the Titans of North America? Sam I Am, though, behind the pillar. He's alone. He's isolated with Drake. He's forced into his ice block here. Beautiful exchange from him. They're striking back. And now, Sam, what are you going to do? You see, this is trinket and rewind. The polymorph breaks on Sea-Doo there. That was beautiful positioning from Sea-Doo. And making sure that he's attacking with Sam. So he gets speed. Full kill onto Sea-Doo. Sam I Am still in trouble. Phil gets paralyzed. Beautiful 3v1 isolation here coming out from Welcome to the Jung. They're trying to finish him, but Sea-Doo comes out of crowd control. Sam gets counter spot, sleepwalk contested by Sea-Doo. He connects it onto Jung Bahai. Nick, second ice block maybe on the table. No, it is going to be the Trinket Life Cocoon from Jung Bahai, but he gets polyed on his Trinket. Maybe they can set up a stun onto him. No, it's going to be the Ray of Frost. Sam dodging the Ray of Frost there from Nick. But they pull a major defensive objective there from Jung Bahai, and now all they have left is just that last ice block of Nick, and then they could potentially do it on the side of the Wolves. Sam still has his block, and Sea-Doo still has his Trinket and Rewind, so they're actually ahead on the Matrix.
Yeah, it's looking good here. Sam taking some pressure. He gets paralyzed. Looks like he will blink away. Sam's positioning has been really good this game, running as soon as Sea-Doo is in crowd control, avoiding a lot of that incoming damage. A full blind now onto Zhang Bahai. Kitty shot onto Drake. Nick is isolated completely. He does have an ice block, but is he going to have to make the trade? Both Sam and Nick are low. Beautiful interrupt there by Nick, slowing down that Ray of Frost, denying huge damage potential from Sam. Big deep breath from Sea-Doo, avoiding crowd control and setting up his team for a potential win. As Nick does get topped off, Zhang Bahai's mana is looking good, but this is such a back and forth game. A triple leg sweep there by Zhang Bahai, getting huge value, throwing out a Song of Chi-Ji. Paralyzed! Sea-Doo gets slept in that situation, but rescues Sam out of the fight, and it looks like Sam will be able to hold on. Kick on Sea-Doo once again. Big Dream Breath coming in as Drake tried to pre-kick that, but didn't end up getting the right spell, and now it's going to be Nick who's just getting owned. Keep in mind it was Sea-Doo who took him down in the last game, so that Pres Evoker damage can really add up in these games.
Yeah, and Sea-Doo just forced Jung Bahai's Will of the Forsaken there with the sleep block. There's going to be an opening here where they could maybe make something happen. It has the blind up for Sea-Doo. He has no Trinket. This could be a big push. There's the Life Cocoon coming out onto Nick. Sam in big trouble here. Sea-Doo, what are you going to do here? He's trying to keep him in fight for now. Sam still taking a decent amount of pressure. Drake has the adrenaline rush. He has the blind. Good go for the play right here. There's the cheap shot onto Sea-Doo. Surely a blind will follow that one up as well. Doesn't look like it. MIM still at 50% HP. Trill now in a kidney shot here. Big pressure coming through. And actually, Drake did use his mind in that exchange, so he's not going to have that available. Managed to navigate through that storm. And now, once again, the Wolves are on the hunt.
Yep, they are. Samam gets interrupted. Needs to be careful. If it gets kicked on Frost, it could be devastating. It is 1-1 series elimination game. This is hugely important for Dire Wolves to go up in this series. They cannot throw this game. Samayam still has 2 ice blocks. Sea-Doo has the Emerald Communion. There are cooldowns to trade. Mana's relatively even for these two teams as dampening is getting higher and higher, and the game is going to start becoming very unstable. I love the sleepwalks from Sea-Doo onto Drake. Great control. Full kitty shot on Zhang Bahai as Nick is getting low on health. Alter time's not going to bounce him to full, and he's forced into the ice block. Samayam has a 2 ice block lead here in this game. Sea-Doo tops him off, and they can continue to make a push. A sleepwalk on Zhang Bahai. This is a great situation for Dire Wolves.
Yeah, and right now Samayam with the Ray of Frost might be able to force the ice block on Nick. Can he do it, Samayam?
Sam!
50%. Oh my God, Sam! Needs to block, maybe. No, they're holding on. The Emerald Communion, they're being so greedy, and it pays off. The Emerald Communion, great teamwork and coordination there from the Wolves, not panicking, but still, Sam is not out of the woods yet. Sea-Doo's in a full polymorph. He trinkets out. Beautiful rescue coming out there. Zhang Bahai is in a full poly. What can they do here with this? They force the ice block of Nick. That is if Nick has no more ice blocks. There's no trinket on Zhang Bahai. How can they do it? The Wolves are just one setup away from potentially winning the game. Sam still has 2 ice blocks. Might have to pull one right now. Smoke bomb coming out onto Nick. Can they do it? Trill is looking to finish the game. He's so low. The overpowered barrier coming out for Nick. Looking for the polymorph defensively onto Trill. Ray of Frost onto Sam. He has to block this surely. No. Sea-Doo still keeping him alive in the position, but so much damage coming out from Zhang Bahai. It is going to force out the ice block. Defensive cheap shot onto Drake. There's the sleepwalk. Drake trinkets out. Full kidney onto Sea-Doo, but Nick is nowhere there. He's just stalling for his ice block, but it's still a long stall left. No life cocoon. There's the full kidney shot. Can they do it? The Wolves are swarming their opponent around the corner. Beautiful Ring of Frost gets sniped around the corner, but it breaks. But still, a lot of pressure here on the Wolves. Trill 50%. Sam has to do defensively with the blink, and Trill is getting clean. Trill has no cloak of shadows. There's the full blind on the Zhang Bahai. Trill trying to carry the game. Can he do it? Samayam, Sheep's Drake in the back line. They don't have a follow-up CC for the blind, though. They dropped the ball, but still, no mana left on Sea-Doo. It's do or die, man. They have to kill him now.
I'm so worried for Trill. Trill, he's just been chasing down Nick, but he gets caught. He's stunned up. Sea-Doo stunned as well. And welcome to the Jung. Look like they're going to close it out somehow. Trill holds on. Touch of death, rising sun kick. Zhang Bahai is there to end it. And I feel like welcome to the Jung, they were so behind. Like, I just have to say, these guys are, I mean, they just play so well in the face of adversity. It felt like they were so far on the back foot. Jungba had like a beautiful triple leg sweep in order to keep them in the game, and Direwolves, you could tell they wanted it. They were hungry for the win. They were really taking some risks there at the end to try to close it out. You can't blame them. It was so close, but ultimately, welcome to the Jung. They recover, and they're able to reverse the pressure on Trill.
That was a great match, though. Like, the fact that it was on hook point, and they kind of had to flip the script on the side of the Wolves, and then kind of play more, you know, the style of Welcome to the Jung. It speaks volumes. It was such a close game, but yeah, Trill getting a little bit too aggressive here at the end, but I mean, Cedo had nothing to save him. At this point, you know, Trill had no trinket, no flow. Cedo had no mana, no Emerald Communion, no rewind. They just used everything.
It's
really.
just
they did everything they could, I feel like.
As a competitor, that's like, I feel like that's like one of the toughest situations where you feel like you can feel your win. You can taste the victory, and your opponent just won't die. They just won't die. It's like, die, please, like fall over. And then you've just exhausted all your resources playing aggressive, and you just have nothing left, and it gets reversed. It's like, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So for Direwolves, they are playing well. Like, this is the best I think we've seen Direwolves play against Welcome to the Jung. This series is far from over. They could definitely win this in this situation. Exactly what happens here. Cedo doing some stuff. Deep breathing. I think I missed the zoom in there. What exactly?
I think this was the Emerald Communion, like, block hold. I think it was just really, he was just really low HP, I think, situation. But yeah, I mean, like, to your point, Ben, like, yeah, it's very mentally taxing, right? When you play that good, but I feel like it can have one of two effects. It can motivate you, like, that was our game, guys, come on, like, we play like this exactly again, the next game, we're gonna win it, you know? It can have that effect, or it can be like, kind of like, well, if we don't win this game, like, how are we gonna win, you know? So I think it comes down to mentality here. It comes down to just, you know, how much discipline you have. Because it's a mental game. I always say PvP is a mental game. You know, it's more so a mental game than anything else. And I feel like the moment you lose the mental game, that's the moment you lose the actual game. So I think the Direwolves look good. They already picked up one win. They have their map pick now. They can take this to game number 5, and then in game number 5, if they have another performance like they did on Hook Point, easily go their way.
It's crazy. This is crazy. Honestly, Direwolves is far surpassing my expectations.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I said it was going to be 3-1 for Welcome to the Jungle, but I feel like Direwolves could win this. We go to a big map. They play that same strategy where they play kind of passive and run away. They bait them into the open. There's some stats here. Direwolves is 1-7 against Welcome to the Jungle in their all-time record. That's series, not matchups, but so when these two teams beat head-to-head, Welcome to the Jungle has won 7 out of 8 times. So we're talking about like their kryptonite. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a tough statistic. I mean, yeah, that's a really tough statistic. It has been, you know, their kryptonite. Welcome to the Jung has been kind of the team to beat. Well, to be fair, also in North America, I feel like most teams have some kind of stat line that looks similar to that. I guess Welcome to the Jung. For the longest time, they have been such an insane team. You can't maybe read into it too much, but yeah, still Direwolves, you know, playing a completely different version of the Rogue Mage here, and they're finding their own style, you know, playing the Prez Evoker, some unorthodox talents on the Prez, and just kind of playing big circle, big kiting, late in strategy. So it's interesting to see how it develops, how the meta keeps developing, and how teams keep figuring out ways to beat each other. It's also interesting to see the healer meta differential in North America. You know, we're seeing Prez Evokers, we're seeing Mistweaver monks in Europe. It was all about the Resto Druid, so it is interesting to see how teams are adapting.
Definitely, and we are going to a large map. This is the perfect map for running in circles, if that's what Direwolves decides to do. I feel like they could play it either way, but yeah, it becomes so difficult. It's like when Direwolves, like I said, it's heartbreaking when you play so aggressive and Nick is so far on the back foot, you just cannot close it out. Will they put that confidence again? Are they going to play super safe? Sam, I'm using both charges of Blink to get away and just create some space there in the initial stages. So we get... getting swapped to. Keep in mind, this is match point. Direwolves, they need to win this series if they want to keep their top 3 dreams alive and avoid the gauntlet. If they lose this, they are going to be in the gauntlet. So a hugely important match for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Breaks in a kidney shot. Cedar gets instantaneously counterspelled. Sam already taking so much damage, but he goes for the Ray of Frost. Gets healed by Sea-Doo. No one using any major defensives as of yet. Actually, Zhang Bahai did commit there, but still Sam moving away. You can see already the strategy here of the Wolves. You can see already they're dragging Drake away. They're doing the sleepwalks onto Drake. And now I am curious to see how Zhang Bahai and the rest of Welcome to the Jungle is going to adapt to this strategy. Because we're seeing the exact same thing that we saw in Maldraxxus. Sam playing a wide circle around the map with his Prez Evoker, dragging Drake away. Ito, though, gets caught up behind. He gets left behind. Sam has to pull back to him. Only more to Drake, though. He's taking a lot of damage here. Nick is pushing for it. It's Emerald Communion, so good punish coming out here from Welcome to the Jungle. And we saw a little bit of a strategy adaptation there. They rooted Sea-Doo. As soon as Sam blinks away, they root Sea-Doo and leave him behind, and they crowd control him there. So Sam can't do that big circle. Instead, he kind of forced to run back to his healer, which is not how he wants this matchup to go.
Definitely not. Sam throwing in some polymorphs, getting control of Drake. Trying to make space. Full blind here onto Sea-Doo, though, and Sam is in a little bit of danger. Still fakes out the polymorph. That's really nicely done, getting the precog, now getting control onto Drake, allowing Krill to get some damage rolling onto Nick. And now Samayam is deciding to make a push. He wants to get aggressive. They get a kidney shot onto Drake, and that forces out not only the trinket, but I think the life cocoon as well. No, just the trinket and Cloak of Shadows. So Drake trades in a huge way to stay alive in that situation.
Yeah, and now Sea-Doo caught him in a kidney shot. Samayam, what are you going to do? He polymorphs Drake, buying some time there. Counterspelling Nick as well.
Oh, I thought Nuno was. Yeah, I know. That's how I was saying.
5. They already beat Welcome to the Jung once. It seems to me, though, with F tier, is that it's going to be a blind pick type of series. They have that Ellie Farrell, which has been a phenomenal win rate into all of the rogue mages in North America. So if they blind lock Ellie Farrell, then Welcome to the Jung blind lock rogue mage, likely this series should favor F tier. I would imagine, but it depends on if Welcome to the Jung have maybe honed up something on their Ret Warrior, if they feel they shouldn't lose that matchup into the Feral Ellie, because F tier was afraid of it, right? They were locked in double outlaw. They were so afraid of that matchup. So the potential that Welcome to the Jung to learn something. If they haven't, then I think this is kind of a blind pick type of scenario. There's going to be a lot of mind games as far as the results of the series.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position to be in if you're Welcome to the Jung, because you kind of have an idea of what they're going to play. One of them you might be afraid of, but I mean, Zico, in your mind, is there something that you want to see Welcome to the Jung run?
I think Welcome to the Jung, this is my analysis of this team. This is a team that typically doesn't run a lot of different comps. Usually run 2 comps, 3 comps max per season, and they just get really, really good at it and beat everyone. So I think what is most likely to happen from Welcome to the Jung is that we're going to see them play Ret Warrior, and they stayed up all night, and they had their like little black notepad with all the secrets in it, and they just flipped the page. And then they tested it, and then now they came in, and they're just gonna, the ancient script, ancient text, ancient script. I think they're gonna, I think they're gonna bust something crazy out with the Ret Warrior and just 3-0 the series.
I have a follow-up question, though, in regards to comp with a team like Welcome to the Jung. They don't play a lot of comps. Do you think that's just because they're unwilling to learn more comps, or they just because they're so good at what they are?
I mean, they can. I mean, we've seen Drake play Warrior, we've seen him play Ret, we've seen him play Feral Druid, we've seen him play Moonwalker mode, we've seen him play everything. And same thing goes for the team. We've seen Previ on Shadow Priest, on Ali Shaman, on Boomkin, and the list goes on. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about the rest of the roster. We've seen what these guys can do, but I think that they just don't need to. Like, typically, this is what happens in the past. Like, Welcome to the Jungle just play like Ellie Feral for an entire season, and then we'll go Ellie Feral. We've seen all of them lose. Sure, they're gonna swap. And they just don't swap, and then they just real. Because I don't know, they just feel different.
Is that good? Well, did he?
I think it's gonna be a Ret Warrior 3-0.
Ret Warrior 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung. Soup Teas. What about you?
Trying to make the difficulty increase for Zico is to predict the comps in the blind pick and the series outcome to get a point on the prediction.
We gave him an
it's too
affix.
easy if he just predicts the score. We need the comps to continue. You know what? I'm risking the biscuit for the rest of the day. I have nothing to lose. I'm on the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm saying F tier win this 3-1. I'm going in complete opposites of what everybody else is anticipating. I have to. I have no choice, but I also believe.
Okay. I would love to see an F tier win. I really would. I think they're capable. I love an underdog story, but I am going to go Welcome to the Jung on this one. But I'm going to go 3-1. Welcome to the Jung. So let's see what Ven and Shan predicts. I wonder if we're going to be split down the middle, or we're going to be...
Oh, Chan's on my side.
Yeah. That might be bad news for him, though, Super Tees. You're known cursor.
It is true. Actually,
Chan or D Machine, though?
Good question.
Chan go to sleep and that's
well, here, if Chan gets his prediction wrong, it's D Machine. If he gets it right, it's Chan.
See, it's a cover, I see.
Yeah, exactly. Nice bit of copium on some of the predictions. But, all right, let us know in chat. I believe the predictions are going out for you guys as well. And this is your last chance, chat, to lock in, to try and catch up with Zico. I don't know where we are right now in terms of predictions, but try to get this one right. I want to see you beat him. But we're at F tier, 52%, and welcome to the Jump, 48%. Frankly, I am surprised, Soup Teas, that it's so down the middle.
I mean, there's a lot of F-tier fans out there, man. They are an up-and-coming team. They're streaming every single day. They're building their community. They're building their fan base. They're not playing Rogue Mage. There's a lot of people, I think, rooting for them right now because every other team has been Rogue. I guess we saw Welcome to the Jung play Ret Warrior. A little bit of difference there, but pretty much every team main focus has been Rogue Mage. So F-tier are battling against the meta, battling against all odds here. Dallas has been having a phenomenal tournament. He's going to have to continue it. They have to beat number 1 and number 2 seeds of North America if they want to win this cup. They have to beat Zhang twice in one tournament, which is already a statement in itself if they manage to pull that off there. And then Zhang behind. These guys are usually undefeated, completely uncontested. But this season seems to be giving them a bit of a challenge. So I'm curious to see if they can keep their chain going. They did actually just drop a map to Direwolves, which I was not expecting whatsoever. So there's definitely some holes in their play this weekend. And if those holes are still present, then FTR will have an opportunity.
Holes in their armor, Supatis, or do you feel like it's other teams stepping up as well? Perhaps a little of both?
I mean, they're stepping. There's some mistakes in the series FTR Welcome to the Zhang on Saturday that were pretty big. It was like there's no response or overlapping every rebound. I feel like that was more so on Welcome to the Zhang, try and shore up some of the errors because usually their win rates are really good. I mean, we can see it represented here, right? You know, their fire mage up to this point, and the rogue mage and their ret warrior, like they typically have very good win rates in tournament. They don't often lose on maps. I think honestly, what it's been is it's the healer meta shift. That's causing a little bit of uncertainty for every team. I think that's why Echo is also struggling in Europe. Every weekend, you learn is now weaker. How do you adjust to that?
Everyone's got a JT on their team, contributing down to alt specs in under 10 days. But we showed their streams briefly. Definitely go check these guys out. As Supatis said, a lot of them are streaming every single day, putting their own content. While I'm at it, check out our co-streamers as well. We've got a lot of people co-streaming for AWC, but F tier, I mean, they're one of those teams, I think we were talking about it last weekend, that have just kind of been stepping up every single weekend, improving their gameplay, improving their comps, improving individually, and their mental as well seems to be doing amazingly well.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been F tier's best weekend all season. I feel like F tier, when we came into this weekend, they were barely third on stamina, and it was looking sketchy. There was a lot of teams gunning for that spot, but they fended them all off. They were able to defend their position. They beat Welcome to the Zhang. They were able to take the Gators to a really close game 5. Like, they have stepped up. They've shown comps that they have that can deal with basically anything anyone throws at them. So I think this is a great weekend for them. I could see them go the entire distance. And I think despite when you look at the points, you see that, okay, there's 2 teams with 300 plus points, and then there is a huge gap, and then it's F tier at, I think, 160 points. Even if you don't, if you look at that, you might think it's just a 2-horse race in NA with F tier and Welcome to the Zhang and the Gators. But I think F tier is also in that race, especially having kind of peaked in this cup.
Could not agree more. Well, let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can prove that they deserve to be in that top 3 spot. They're going to be up against Welcome to the Zhang. Game number 1 here in the lower bracket, kicking off between F tier and Welcome to the Zhang, Supatis.
And here we go. We got Ret Warrior from F tier. This is what I meant by the blind pick. I think they thought it was going to be a Ret Warrior mirror. I think that's what F tier wanted. But now they got the matchup they didn't want, which is Rogue Mage. So this is a win for Welcome to the Zhang. Before the game has even started, this is a win for Welcome to the Zhang. Unless F tier have learned something in this matchup, they're sidestepping. They realize what they've walked into. They're walking into a Rogue Mage, and they've got its own month, so you can't roll out of the songs of GG. They're going to be completely exposed to crowd control. They're just staying at the pillar and maybe trying to talk this through, because I don't think they were expecting this. I think they thought it was going to be Ret Warrior Mirror. Welcome to the Zhang. They played them on the mind game.
Yeah, so you might be right, Sid, that it's a series that kind of comes down to the blind pick. I gotta say, I love that alpaca mount that Saul is rocking. Yeah, it's actually the same mount that I use. I've been using it for a long time now. It's my favorite. So shout out to that. But yeah, this is gonna be a brutal matchup. They could still win this one on the side of F tier, but it's gonna be tough. And if they do get a win, I mean, I didn't say it's like very likely, but they could win. They could win this.
I haven't seen a team do this before. They're just waiting for dampening, and Welcome to the Zhang also doesn't seem to care that they're waiting for dampening. I roll the bones from Drake, moving in, sprinting. They get the double dragon, but cheap shot, double ring of frost. This is a good opener from Welcome to the Zhang. He does get a double intimidating shout though. fearing the opener and denying their burst. Great response from Laros. Now he's aiming in here with that Warbreaker going after Nick, but he's got Alter Time and they have no way to remove it. So it's just basically 10 seconds of immunity, and then he gets to reset a blink. It's a very powerful effect at the moment for Frost Mages. One of the main contributing factors to why they're so tanky. If you don't have a way to remove it, as the team of F tier doesn't, it's really tough. Nick fakes a kick on that heroic leap, and now he's spamming out polymorphs, getting through the spell reflex. Laros blade storms it, and he timed it so that he got put on diminishing return and broke out of it at the same time. It's very challenging to do that, but now he's into the kidney shot. They're switching over to him, double leg sweep. They're swapping off the left cocoon. Looks like they're still trying to target down Nick in this matchup, but Laros is having a tough time. He's finally up. No, never mind. Nick is gone. Put it there. Immediately, the spell steals are also on the freedom. They're super devastating.
Nick is just happy to fight around and deal 3 damage. Doesn't even need to do it in CC. There's a huge ray connecting there. It's going to be the lay of hands coming out from Saul. Meek Monk in a full blind. Into a cheap shot. Nick's not going to be able to follow that up though with any CC, but Saul is getting cleaved. Laros is getting cleaved. Facial spike being casted by Nick. And Laros is in a full kidney shot. Beautiful disruption there though with the shockwave, but still Laros had to trinket that one. And Drake has a smoke bomb.
Right, where are they going to go with this? Decent pressure on Nick, but he's behind the pillar, man. They get an ice block right now if they could get to him. He actually alters back to the warrior here for a second. Doesn't seem to care. Frozen Orb's down. The snares are warrior's just trying to run. Ring of Peace almost bounced him out in the open there. Ring of Peace with one guy really quicker. Nice triple leg sweep from Neep. Fortunately, there's a ray being channeled. Nick is just free casting off to the side, and they're just stuck in the pillar in a blizzard at the moment. Stepping on Drake, Immortal Strike up. That Warbreaker, so the sharpened blade is reducing healing significantly, but Jungbahai doesn't care. He tops Drake off through it. Spirit Bastion swap on Nick as he managed to blink out of it. He just has to resummon his water elemental here. Eris is taking huge damage. Saul, he's trying to split away from the road. He doesn't want to get cleaved by Blade Flurry to get AoE, but now he's just stuck in a Frost Nova and he's watching his warrior die. It is not looking too great for Saul at the moment. They swap onto him. They get his divine protection almost immediately. Trying to go after Drake, but Jungbahai, the Ring of Peace from Jungbahai to knock them off the pillar to the line of Nick, I think is eventually going to be the end for the kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Eventually, something like that can make a big impact. They also still have that smoke bomb on Drake. So Laros is very scared, as you can see. He does not want to leave Meek Monk's side at this point because he knows if he overextends and he gets caught up in midfield, that could be lights out. And look at the Ring of Peace. So annoying here for Drake, but Jungbahai turning in the back line. Making a push. There's 20 seconds on the string. The Meek Monk pushes in as well. Double leg big damage on Drake. As well. Good push here coming in from F tier, but Drake gonna be able to kite that one out, and now they're going after Laros. He realizes I get kidneyed into a smoke bomb. That could be it, and there it is. 3 life cocoons coming out from Meep Monk.
Nice double leg sweep into full blind. Saul's life cocoon just got destroyed right there into a sap. He trinkets the sap. Laros is almost dying through his die by the sword. Critical mass moment for Laros. Is he gonna sustain himself? Jungbahai's crackling, having the time of his life right now, just shooting lightning bolts like a Sith Lord at Laros and chilling in the back on his gnome, sidestepping, completely full on mana. He is having the easiest game won here in this matchup. He is so happy that he got this matchup. I really don't even know a win condition right now. They got medallion from Mage, but he just blinks. He's got 2 blocks. Rogue has everything. Monk has everything and full mana. Meep needs to try and drink, but there's no way he'll be able to with Blizzard on the left side. Frozen Orbs in a Rogue, possibly on the right side. I just don't see him ever being able to get mana there. Just cheap shotting there, engaging Jungbahai. Chi torpedoes in across the map as well to make sure that his Rogue is safe. Laros leaps over, lands a Shockwave as they swap to the Rogue and a Hammer of Justice. They paralyze the Drake, and out of nowhere, they almost clock Drake. I can't believe it. They actually almost won the game right there off an instantaneous reaction from Meep. He paralyzes the Trinket of Jungbahai. They sent everything they had into Drake, and they almost took him out. Now they got 2 medallions. They went from having nothing and looking hopeless to maybe having a chance. However, they've revealed their strategy. And I think that without that element of surprise, it's likely not going to be as startling next time.
Yeah, but now Drake has no trinket. Jungbahai has no trinket, so they could potentially take him out, but Jungbahai could still pre-life cocoon. Also 18 seconds on that revival, so still opportunities here. Full blind onto Saul. Saul's going to trinket. There it is. Double stun. There's the paralyze as well. Demolish. But Jungbahai not going to be falling for these tricks from F tier. It's going to keep Drake nicely topped in that position. That was the evasion as well from Drake. Swapping to Jungbahai though. Behind needs to be careful. There's the double fear. They could still be in trouble. He's going to hook away. Laros charging in behind the pillar. FTR, despite having a pretty rough matchup right now, doing a great job. But at the same time, look at the pressure that Nick is developing. He gets a sheep onto Meat Monk into the Ray of Frost, forcing out the life cocoon. Basically single-handed. The Jung Bahai is going to reposition behind the pillar across the map, actually, as Drake is looking for blood here. Meat Monk gets sheeped up behind the pillar. Huge damage coming out from Drake. Kidney shot onto Laros, but with the team not being there to follow it up, doesn't look like they're going to be getting too much work done. But still, Drake is just soloing them behind this pillar with the Frost Mage kind of sniping on the side. And they're developing a lot of momentum. Mana heavily in favor of Jung Bahai.
You know that meme where the one guy's like sweating and pressing his keys really fast and it's just like super hard for him to play? That's Meep right now. And Jung Bahai is the guy that's singing the song while he's just sitting in the back and he doesn't have to deal with anything. Can Meep manage to do this? Stormbolt into leg sweep, into paralyzed? Does he have it? He has it, but he doesn't go for it. I'm really surprised. Now he's caught into a polymorph. They switch on Laros. Is he going to survive? They use the Sanctuary so that Laros can use Die by the Sword and recover. And this is what they're going to do. It's just pull to the pillar, line of sight, wait till you have your stuns, try and one-shot the rogue, go back to the pillar, hope that Meat Monk can keep you alive. But that Ring of Peace, I called it earlier in the match, knocking Laros around the corner there. He's managed to get back behind the pillar even still despite it. Ring of Frost on one side, Laros is charging in. He gets a double fear. Drake pre-cloaks, anticipating the damage. Jung Bahai repositions away from the crowd control, restabilizing his team, but he does get caught in the paralyze. Drake is just pushing forward. Triple Dragon's Breath from Nick, and Meep is finally tapped out on mana. He has been sweating. Too bad he can't drink his own sweat because he needs mana right now. He's caught in a polymorph. Laros, will he die with no Die by the Sword here? It's all sacrifices, redirecting damage from Laros to himself. Jung Bahai gets caught in a swap for a second here. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to throw away the game. Repositioning away. They're struggling a bit to finish. Drake is low. Has evasion. He wants to line it up with the cooldown, but he might have to just press it. He's caught in the leg sweep. Jung Bahai gets the life cocoon. Now Laros, limited options. What's he going to do? Meep gets counterspelled. I think that's a game over. Lay on Hands just came off cooldown. It's tops it. And tops Laros right when Meat Monk got counterspelled. And Meep actually got some mana. He must have actually drank some of the sweat. He's actually got enough mana to maybe keep this going, but they're getting clean damage. Just tremendous pressure from Welcome to the Jung, overwhelming Meep. Will he be able to be the MVP and the hero? He's caught in a paralyzed. Laros is disarmed. Meep trinkets out. Drake's in trouble. Maybe they can do this. The evasion's at critically low health. FTR are doing everything possible to win game number 1. Saul Divine Shields, and they have to win the blind pick. Otherwise, it's counter pick for the rest of the series. And they have to fight against all odds. No defense left. No mana left. They still have to manage to do it, or this series is going to be a hell ride. They fear the healer. They're trying to connect, but Laros can't get there. A Ray of Frost is channeling, and Nick will close out the kill. Welcome to the Jung. Take game 1.
That was a sick hook by Drake there at the end, pre-dodging the spear that was going to pin him down and maybe give F tier a glimmer of hope of winning this game. But welcome to the Jung. They are coming in hot. They're coming in prepared, and yeah, just a decisive victory here against F tier. I think F tier played it about as well as you can. I mean, if you overextend and you stay in the open for too long against the Frost Mage, you are going to die. But you can see here a little bit closer, so Nico gets countered, and then a little bit Drake here as well. Never mind. But here, right in this moment, is where Drake is about to get pinned down by the Spear of Bastion. Look at this, right here. Drake is just going to hook away, and he dodges it, and that was a huge moment. Then he kidneys him, pre-kites the trinket. There's a Ring of Peace between them as well, and Drake just pre-smoke bomb himself as well. He knows, I'm the target. You guys need me. You guys need to charge me, and we're not going to make that happen. Him and Jung Bahai with that Ring of Peace grapple play that they did, and then the pre-smoke bomb to dodge the next charge. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there, because Laros, he wants to connect. He's a big scary warrior. It's deep into dampening. He wants to press demolish on this guy. He wants to send him, but can't do that when Drake is being that slippery. And see here, he was quite low. Jung Bahai was even in a fear in this position. So very, very scary moment here for Drake, but unfortunately for them, on the side of F tier, they're not able to close that gap. And as a result, the Jung wins the mind games and wins game number 1.
You think Ret Warrior has a better chance to beat Rogue Mage than Ellie Farrell has to beat Ret Warrior?
No. I think this was a bad blind pick from F tier.
The rest of the series.
Chip.
Yes, absolutely. I think they should have played. That's what I said last time as well. I think F tier should just play Ellie Farrell. They look so good at it. It looks like Welcome to the Jung is not prepared for it. And I feel like they won that matchup on a large map last time. Now, granted, this is large map,
damage.
large enough. Oh my god. Did he did F tiers damage combined.
He's the entire he's the entire enemy team put together on the Frost Mage here. They survived 10 minutes against that. Poor Meep, dude. Poor Meep just sitting there. They pick a large map to bait a rogue mage pick. I wonder if there's any sort of strategy as far as map selection here. If they could somehow get all of the big maps out of the way, and then if they can get a small map matchup as Ret Warrior to rogue mage, maybe that would be better. But I feel like they want to set up Gale Pharaoh here. Unless they barely win this map last time, but I think it was also blunders from Welcome to the Zhong. So if Welcome to the Zhong don't present those blunders, can F tier still win?
That's the question, because usually what happens is Welcome to the Zhong, they find a way to win the matchup that they lost previously, and they just win it with one comp. So this is very telling for Welcome to the Zhong. If they're able to win this game, then I think they've figured out a strategy to beat the Ellie Feral, but I'm not sure, because there's not a lot of Ellie Feral, going around right now, and especially not on F tier's level, because let's be honest, there aren't that many Dallas going around in this economy. I feel like Dallas is he is such a good
Prime real estate.
cat. Yeah, it's prime. He's prime real estate for sure. He's doing a great job on that druid. So even if you do get practice, it's not like Dallas quality practice, right?
This old elite set for those. Imagine an elite set. This brings back nostalgia, man. It brings back memories. Season 11 from how many? I don't want to know how many years ago that is. Actually, never mind. Break on this outlaw rogue, looking phenomenal. Cutting through that lower bracket. Punching down in a rematch. Getting the grand finals face off against the back. Really managed to get there. Saul on the Retribution Paladin. I feel like, I was kind of questioning his ability to branch off from the Shaman a bit, but I feel like he didn't have a terrible performance in that first game. Good critical trades in moments when they needed it. Be able to get the game going that long in 10-minute match right there. So maybe if he can keep polishing up on the Retribution Paladin, this could be a solid pick for them in future matchups. It's just gotta be what we go to. And unfortunately, even though Laros looks sick with his transmog, I think he's gonna have to sit on the bench at least until Tuesday. And then it might be his time. It could be Laros Blizzo show when it comes to the finals.
The Laros Blizzo show. Let's see it. Maybe they can pull it off, but I have a feeling that Welcome to the Zhong went back to the drawing board on this matchup, and they're like, okay, you know what to do here. So I don't know, but at the same time, F tier won on this map with this exact same matchup in the past. Last time they fought each other. So if you go by history, then F tier probably wins this one. But if you go by, Welcome to the Zhong's, I guess, pattern in previous cups, then they might have figured something out. But I'm excited to see what that would be. If it's last time they tried to go after Dallas more when he pushed behind the pillars, but then Saul just blasted the mage. So I'm not sure what we're gonna see here in terms of strategy, but I do think that no matter what, F-Tier has kind of crafted a brick composition here, and Welcome to the Zhong needs to find a way to actually defeat it. What's happened to Meat Monk? Kidney shot onto Saul. They're gonna be starting off the game with beautiful pressure coming out here. Ascendance already ripped right now. Stormkeeper as well for Saul. He's doing a lot of damage, and Dallas is tagged in. This man is never cold when he's tagged in. Look at that pressure. Walking to Jumbo High already. Stun into stun. Beautiful transcendent. Stun Jumbo High. And they are going to be able to deal with the first incarnation.
Good reflection. Single's Incarn combo. Nice stun lock on Meeb and Dallas. Really heavy fire right now. Meeb Monk responds. Life Cocoon and restabilizes. Dallas is immediately not backing down. Just Maim stun on Rogue. Looking like he wanted to maybe move out of range and go for a Cyclone, but just gets full bleeds up instead. Goes for the instant entangling root. Switches back onto Nick. Big ferocious bites coming in onto both. He pre-bears the stun, anticipating the attack here as Drake reconnects. Earthquake's being tossed down as well. Hoping he gets some stay. He gets one on the mage right there. That could actually be very annoying for him if they get this, but here comes the kidney shot. Drake is trying to connect with Dallas, but he's just slipping around the corner. He's trying to get back to his healer, but he actually misses his kick there, and he's going to get a Ray of Frost with precognition. Bloodlust comes through here onto Dallas and Saul, trying to amplify their damage. Get these bleed ticks rapidly incoming onto Zhang Bahai. Meep is there as well, with light sweep available. There's a go for the DR. He does get the DR stun. Can they finish Zhang Bahai in game number 2? Big heals. He tops. Ichi torpedoes across the map. Dallas is forced to retreat. Meep is in a cheap shot. Dallas is trying to get into bear form, but the Ray of Frost again fully channeled, and Dallas might just be down for the count. His survival instincts at critically low health. He rebuffs for the extra versatility, and then goes back into cat form to try and reload bleeds, charging towards the mage, but he's just dying. It's so much pressure on him. I feel like Welcome to the Zhang, they've improved in this matchup, let alone, you know, not making mistakes. I feel like they've gotten even better.
Yeah, definitely. And this strategy of going after Dallas more and just playing to survive on the side of Nick seems to be working for them so far, but they are leaving Saul open. And you know when you're leaving Saul open, anything can happen on that elemental shaman. Nick gets bounced back into the pillar. Dallas in bear form, anticipating a stun at this position, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that bear form just yet. Drake is kind of hunting him behind the corner, still in bear form, just kind of kiting around there, just dodging Drake, but Drake finally is going to connect, but at the same time, Nick's taking some damage from Saul. Saul does get interrupted there on a lava burst, I believe. Bahai also gets interrupted. A little bit of bleed pressure developing. Dallas now feeling confident to go into cat form, doing decent amount of damage, but there's the leg sweep, and this is the strategy here. They just want to make sure that they catch Dallas in cat form anytime he's overextending like this. They just want to use a stun on him in cat form. Now Dallas is on diminishing returns, so he's going to go in cat form and be a menace and do a lot of work here. Drake needs to be careful. That's going to be the evasion from Drake. And Bahai as well, sweating here with the renewal coming through. And now Dallas expecting a stun, getting in bear form. And this is the name of the game. Anytime Dallas can get too much work done in cat, it's going to be trouble for Welcome to the Jump. So they're trying to limit that.
Whoa, they're swapping on Saul, realizing that Dallas is just turtling at the pillar all day. They've got pressure on him at 50% health. He's trying to sustain his mana, but falling slowly behind now at the 3.5-minute mark. In a kidney shot, but Dallas is a bear. Looks like he's not going to get pressured. They paralyze Drake. Meep rolls forward. And that rushing wind kick over onto the mage, trying to amplify the damage of his team to that target as well. Bloodlust going to get popped here from Saul. Dallas jumps in. Looks like Nick faked an interrupt. He's repositioning away from the Bloodlust and goes for a Ray of Frost around the corner. Saul can't get there in time. Another fully channeled Ray of Frost. I think that's one thing they're making as a big blunder is Nick is getting too many of those. It's the main ability for the Frost Mage. Trying to recover. He left turns. He puts up that to Saul. Decent pressure on Nick. They actually switch on Meep towards the tail end of the kidney shot. He will be able to survive. Saul gets gouged. They're trying to get back to the pillar. Dallas and Meep. Nick off to the left. He's actually kind of an aggressive stance here from Nick. He fakes an interrupt. Polymorph. Not able to find one. Ring of Frost. Not going to go for it. It's in cap roar. Dallas retreats in bear form. It's back in onto the rogue. I don't think he wants to be next to him though. Going to be a kidney shot coming off cooldown here pretty shortly. He's retreating back to the pillar to line of sight. He's anticipating the kidney shot. They have a smoke bomb, they have adrenaline rush, and they have blind. So they have a lot of power on the side of Welcome to the Zhang. But at the same time, Saul has ascendance. So if he can time this ascendance right at the end of a push from Welcome to the Zhang, so they have a little time to go back into the street, could be his big moment. Now Bloodlust is popping when it comes to ascendance. They're going to be able to see it coming. They use Vortex to hold the mage in the open with the Feral Druid so that Saul's ascendance can't be completely line of sighted. But unfortunately, he's kicked on Lava Burst, and now he's getting spam polymorphed. Dragon's Breath on Dallas, and if Saul doesn't connect during this ascendance, his damage is just going to disappear for another 2 minutes to get the Stormkeeper off. They really need to force a block during this window. They've got a couple more seconds. Young Bahai blocks it though. Bringing all the targets to full, and then spelling and also immuning magic at that point in time. Although not with the restore, just immuning the magic damage. Leg sweep, Young Bahai just going to life cocoon, keeping them aggressive. Doesn't want to fall behind. Another fully channeled Ray of Frost, putting Dallas behind. And Nick is just kiting on the outside. They get a triple leg sweep from Jung Bahai, and the Saul just going to fall here. Meep thinks it's very so much mana. If they have less mana and dampening, I think it's going to be over for them.
Yeah, and also about the pressure. I mean, Incarnation is such a scary cool. And having dampening, especially when he goes cat form, he can't really do anything. I mean, look at him. He's in bear form. He's just a scared cat right now, taking so much damage. Look, even when Drake is in a Cyclone, Dallas cannot play offensively. There's the life team coming through. Meatmonk sitting through some crowd control in that situation, but still, Dallas, even when it's a 2v2, can't really do anything. Finally, he's going to connect. There's some pressure. Double disorienting roar now. Anticipating a stun lock coming through from Drake from behind in a paralyzed Nick. Finally forced into the ice block here. Nice push coming through from Saul. And that is the danger as well when you're leaving Saul. That's a situation that can happen.
Well, good reaction to the smoke bomb, adrenaline rush. Triple leg sweep though again from Jung Bahai. He's getting a lot of triples this game, and every time he does, the pressure starts to mount. He's trying to keep up with his team and go for a double stun. And Dallas is getting bleeds on the rogue, bleeds on the mage. reloading his Moonfires. He's dying. He's getting shredded. The Outlaw Rogue is starting to cut through his defense. Meep into a full Polyarch. Dallas gets knocked away from the pillar. He's on the run. He bear forms the stun. He's trying to be greedy with Rockstar right now. It's not a roll. It's not a zone at all. Get away from green beards. Good observance from Dallas. He jumps back into the fray. Nick fakes another interrupt. Nick is just faking so many kicks. He's getting so many rays of frost. They have to focus up on how they're locking down Nick. If they don't, I think that's going to be what allows Wakanda the Jung to find victory. However, they do have decent pressure on Drake at the moment. They force Cloak of Shadows. They break through the barrier on Nick. Ascendant's Bloodlust was just used, though, and a huge hit of damage on Dallas right there as he bear forms, but Drake is hesitant. He doesn't want to go around the pillar and throw. He's going to move back over here onto Saul, interrupt the Hex, deep into a leg sweep. Jung behind Crackling, getting damage amplified. In on the target, ready for touch of death likely in the next couple of seconds. Dallas jumps over, reloading, bleeds on.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the content down. We expect a return on investment.
Eat. Oh. Dead.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the final championship Sunday of Season 1 of Midnight, and this is going to be a big one. We have got Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung, currently tied in points as well, and I am going to have a hard time determining who's going to win this series, Super Tees. I don't even want to do my predictions. Let's not talk about that at the moment. Let's talk about these two teams and just how tremendously well they've been playing all season and really raising the bar of competition.
Yeah, I mean, last week, Gators back, they had the upper hand, but it was a different meta. They were playing Windwalker Mage Mirrors pretty much the entire time towards the end of the series when they figured out that they could actually beat them in the mirror match. So now it's like we haven't seen them really go toe-to-toe as like Outlaw Frost mirrors or whatever. We don't know if the Gators are going to do this double Outlaw shenanigans, because maybe that it'll work if they're main rogues. We don't know. So there's a lot of surprise here, I think, in this round. It's not as easy to expect based on previous results, because it's a different meta, it's a different matchup that we've seen previously. I wonder if Cubsy's going to be a druid after watching Europe. You know, it was every single game was a druid. Is Jungbahai going to randomly be a druid even despite playing monk basically the entire tournament? There's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think you're watching the power bar go back and forth between the chat trying to make a prediction, and I feel like my brain's doing the same thing. It's like I kind of know maybe I should go this way. I don't really know. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think chat knows that as well. Get your predictions in, chat. Gators back right now, 66% versus the, oh wow, you can't even say it because it just keeps jumping so quickly. But then you were talking about it a little bit, kind of what the comps that you wanted to see or might see. Do you have any idea or any hopes for this series in terms of the blind pick?
I think, so this is what I'm thinking right now, and I don't want to influence anyone's decision, but sure. I feel like Gators back has kind of adapted to the European meta. I think we are going to see them play Rogue Mage Druid, and according to our European friends, Druid is the absolute best in the mirror match. So I think if Welcome to the Jungle, they try to bring in the old school Mistweaver Monk, you know, that's that's Cup 1, Cup 2 tech with the Mistweaver Monk into this Cup 3, where Gators back is going to be playing the Druid. I think I'm going to advantage Gators back here. Unless Jungbahai plays Druid, which is possible, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not convinced.
All right. Well, given that, we're going to let chat keep deciding on their predictions. Ven, what is your prediction for the series?
So, given it's a best of 7, I am guessing Gators back wins 4-1.
4-1. All right. Super Tees. What about you?
I have to beat.
You?
Here, I think I'm tied with them, which means I'm no better than I can be. I don't know what the coin has done to this series or not, but I'm doing the same. I think Gators back are going to win this. I think it's going to be 4-2. I think it's going to be I don't know if he's going to. So if he doesn't go in on the Druid, maybe this prediction's completely...
It's so sad. It's so sad when you can actually lose to a coin flip. Like, yeah, I'm right there with you, man.
If I lose, I'll tie, okay? I'm as good as it. I'm not worse than the coin no matter what, but I want to be better than the coin, so I have to beat the coin here.
It's just hilarious, though. Like, yeah, we've been casting for, like, I don't know, 12 years or something like that, 11 years, and we're no better with our predictions than a coin flip. That's tough, man. That's real tough.
I mean, does it go to show just like how good these teams are, that they're so evenly matched, and like you really have no idea what they're gonna play in the blind pick, how well they're gonna play either. I mean, super.
That's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. I'm trying to make us look good, but you were saying it just now. Like, you can't use past matches to determine how this one's gonna go. Welcome to the Jung just won in their rematch against Eftir when they previously, like in the same weekend, they had already beaten them. So, really, who knows? But let's look at the rest of the predictions. Let's get maybe Zico and Shannon there. But I'm gonna do a 4-2 for Gators back.
Wow. Heavily in favor of Gators back, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But in the meantime, maybe we should take a look at the predictions leaderboard before we get Zico's in, because I've heard something. Production is giving me an update. Chat, I told you to lock in, and you did. You can do it.
How is chat winning? This is not... Well, how is the Hive Mind winning?
Tied. They're tied with Zico.
Okay, I got something to say here. Like, what's going on here? I'm sorry.
No.
I was done. Like, I'm not casting anymore. But I had to come back for this. Like, what is going on? How am I tied with the chat? I am declaring war on the chat. What is chat voting? They're voting Welcome to the Jung. I go 4-0 Gators back. today, my fellow co-casters, is the day we beat the chat. The day the chat's getting farmed. Or over.
I've never cheered for your predictions before, but I'm going to be rooting for you.
Today is the day we can talk our shit then, okay? So today we're winning. All right, chat? Good luck.
All right, chat, you've got to lock in harder than you've ever locked in before in your life. I believe in you. You can do it. But I mean, what a series this is going to be. I think either way it does end, then I think we are in for a treat. I think this is going to be probably the best series we've seen all weekend, and I cannot wait to see it get started.
Yeah, these two teams they're truly just titans in the region. You know, they've been the top dogs for a long time. It's been really back and forth between them, and it's about who can kind of adapt, who plays better on the day, you know, who makes mistakes, who's bringing in like new compositions, and constantly, that's what we're expecting from these teams, is to adapt to the meta and the changes, and they've been doing a great job so far. The question is, like, was Europe right? Is Druid really like the top dog in these rogue mage matchups, or is Welcome to the Jungle gonna go an entirely different route? Are we gonna see double outlaw rogue? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, most definitely on the side of Welcome to the Jungle too. I feel like you know, Super Tees, we've been talking about how consistent they've been in North America. I feel like until this season, I mean, you were saying it, like they were kind of seeing some cracks in their armor. We're seeing a lot of teams also step up, but with that last series that we just saw them play, how do you feel like they've improved? Do you feel like they've kind of mended those holes?
I think they're, in terms of their play, yes, but I'm not sure if they've got the right comp necessarily for this grand finals. They definitely don't look as shaky as they did on Saturday. There was a lot. They were dying pre-block. They overlapped a lot. Those kind of jitters or whatever it was, which typically is not, you know, common amongst Welcome to the Jungle. They don't typically make those types of mistakes. Those have not been apparent today. I haven't seen a single moment where I'm like, what are they doing? They've cleaned up their drawings here for the grand finals against Gators back in their rematch, completely tied on points. And Cubsy is in on the Druid. This is going to be quite a treat. It's new meta versus old meta. Who comes out ahead? Best of 7.
Yeah, it's like we said. I mean, in Europe, they are all about the Resto Druid. Every single team has swapped over to play Resto Druid. JT had to learn it on just like such a short notice. They feel like it has such an advantage. We'll see who ends up winning though. Nick right now taking a little bit of damage. Dace is all over him. It's a lot of incoming damage. Full Ring of Frost on Zhongbahai. This is a great start for Gators back, and we'll see how aggressive Cubsy is able to play. Full blind into a kidney shot. Great control on Cubsy in the early stages as Welcome to the Jung is looking to strike back.
Swap on Druid, trying to keep him on his toes. Now swap back on Calvish. Ironbark and Barskin pulled in the same push. Cubsy innervates in Nature Swiftness, clones the Monk. Zhongbahai trick gets out to the Life Cocoon, and then Cubsy gets counterspelled on a clone. He has to be very careful about being aggressive right now with no Barkskin. Zhongbahai chases him down for a Paralyze, but he gets polymorphed. He can't song. And now is his team going to be in trouble? Drake is dismantled at the moment, trying to make his way towards Nick. He does disrupt the Ring of Frost there. Staying on target, doing a lot of damage. Dragon's Breath, polymorph attempt. He has to fake a counterspell. He can't deal with it. He's in a barrier to absorb damage. Waiting for Zhongbahai to connect some heals here in the next couple of moments. Now, Cubsy's Nature Swiftness comes up in 10 seconds, so they can couple that together with some big bursts. Nice Dragon's Breath here from Calvish, just interrupting that Ray of Frost from Nick into a polymorph. Beautiful shutdown. Paralyzed on Cubsy, but Zhongbahai keeps getting sheeped. Every time Zhongbahai wants to get a song, he gets sheeped like 1 millisecond before he can land it, but now he's into a Cyclone. His Rogue is in trouble, trying to swap to Cubsy before his Barkskin comes up, but he's at 10% health at the moment and struggling. Cubsy repositioning, caught in bear form, but maybe he dies anyway. It's a Ray of Frost. It's a lot of damage. He's really going to die through Barkskin. He activates the Tree of Life. He's getting in aggressive, looking for Cyclones. Gets one over onto the Rogue. Star Surge onto the Mage, adding some damage into the mix right now with his team with these Wraths. Cubsy is moving forward with his team aggressively, even despite not having the Barkskin. He gets the Nature Swiftness clone with no trinket. They might switch their attention to Drake here in this kidney shot. Star Surge blasts in off to the side. It's really the Ray of Frost, the Star Surge, and the Blade Rush. I think when all three of those can hit at the same time, someone just disappears. Another full polymorph from Zhongbahai. Nick almost goes down without blocking, makes the exchange. I feel like the Druid has a big edge here. I think the Nature Swiftness clone and the ability to shapeshift the polymorphs, it's just tough for Zhongbahai to answer that because he has to cast the song. He has to expose himself. He's getting counterspelled. It looks really tough for him. Nick's in trouble again. Full blind. He trinkets. I think it broke, though. Now he's into the kidney shot. They're swapping on Zhongbahai in game number 1. Is he going to get dunked on? Dace is there. Cubsy jumps in to the mix as well. You get a Maim stun, but it's a couple seconds too late. Zhongbahai will be able to stabilize in that position. Really only mana. Maybe it's a mana game. Maybe if you just play more turtley and avoid the Cyclones, you might be able to win on mana. Cubsy is down at 50%, and Zhang Bahai is still chilling at a very healthy margin.
Yeah, that is true. That is one clear advantage that Welcome to the Jungle has right now. Cubsy, though, has been able to play very aggressive and gets the double disorienting roar there onto Drake and Nick, trying to keep Dazed alive, throwing in some big heals. His team is topped off, and that Nature Swiftness is rotating back up in about 35 seconds for Instant Cyclone, but Calvish and Dazed are getting absolutely rocked. And finally, Cubsy is going to need to play a little bit of catch-up here to keep his team alive. Does manage to do so. Now it's going to be Drake on the back foot. Zhang Bahai has cooldowns to trade if he needs it, but super back and forth here in this first game between these two Titan teams. The finals for Cup number 3. Which one of these teams will come out ahead? Who is going to be that first place seed? We'll have to wait and see.
The best that North America has to offer. Cross crowd control engaged by Welcome to the Zhang. Dazed immediately recognizes this, trades Cloak of Shadows to immune magic damage, and then is returned back to full health by Cubsy. Cubsy has Nature Swiftness available. When's he going to make his play? He Ironbarks Dazed, who gets hit by a tremendous amount of damage. He pops in a tree form with Innervate to get free healing. Another important component, I think the Druid has to use Wild Growth in order to heal. It's an instant cast through PvP talents, but it costs a lot of mana every time that he has to use it, which is likely why his mana is burning way faster. He's trying to use Wraths here to get mana back through his regular Druid talents as well every time he's in tree form, but he's struggling to heal now. Calvish likely having to block a massive swell of damage, forcing him into the ice block. And Cubsy, he's trying to play more conservatively with his mana. He's been able to hold at about 50% as opposed to the start of the game. He burned rapidly, but Calvish is out of the block. Cheap shot for another engagement. Can they get over to Calvish? Drake is unable to move, but Nick is looking to finish. Cubsy gets a heal. Calvish gets topped. They had to blind defensively, though, onto Dazed here, so now they won't have that for Zhang Bahai. It's not the end of the world, though, with the Nature Swiftness clone to compensate. Cubsy out of the gouge. Might go for the clone right here. He just came. Yeah,
he does.
For it right away. He life cocoons. Looks like it was already cut through, though, and Drake pre-cloaks the stun. That was a nice pre-cloak. And Zhang Bahai's out of crowd control. Drake should stay alive in this position. I think Zhang Bahai's realized his edge. He's playing way more passively. At the beginning, he was getting in there, looking for songs. Now he's just staying at the pillar, crackling, amplifying the damage of his team, and trying to win on mana.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a bad idea here. Just maybe using Paralyze and Leg Sweep as kind of like a counter go to what Cubsy wants to do. Cubsy was trying to get into cat form there, just going to be using that Forest Guardian. Sitting down for a drink, but Calvish gets bursted. Is not going to find that opportunity. Big damage onto Dazed and Calvish. Denies Cubsy any breathing room to try to reset his mana. And unfortunately, won't be able to find that. Calvish does get topped off, but it's like you said, Druid's healing isn't the most efficient. Zhang Bahai's doing a really good job managing that resource, and it is a clear advantage for their team. Dazed right now in a little danger. Cubsy gets put into a kidney shot. Do they get the Ring of Frost? It looks like they do find it, and now Dazed is low, and Cubsy's forced to trade the trinket, and he might just die anyways. Insane pressure on Dazed, forces out the Cloak of Shadows.
This is the clone Nature Swiftness over on Zhang Bahai. Drake pre-used his Void embellishment there to absorb damage before the kidney shot. Drake has been making very heads-up plays, anticipating every stun and preemptively using a defensive to survive these burst moments. Cubsy's trying to regenerate mana with Wrath at the moment in tree form. He's managed to squeeze a little bit out of that window of time at the moment, but every Wrath is not a hero counter. So it's going to be falling behind on healing. Dazed is low. Enables Drake to get aggressive. Dazed is on the run. Iron Bark in exchange. Cubsy ducks around the corner. Stampeding Roar trying to retreat from their pursuit. They do manage to stay alive, but how much longer? Cubsy's going to need to get a drink at some point in this match, but the pressure just is not subsiding. They cut through his Void embellishment. They go for a smoke bomb. Drake is ready for it. They counterspell the Ray. Beautiful shutdown on this smoke bomb from Dazed here on the side of Welcome to the Jungle. They get another cycle. They might out do this one for him. Reads it out. Tree of life. Recover. Hold this pressure. We have to keep Zhang Bahai on his toes right now at 33% dampening. But it's Calvish who has to block. Cubsy is struggling to heal. He starts to amplify his hots. Zhang Bahai is crackling. Everybody doing tons of damage from the back line. Now we see another clone. Can they drop Drake before he can use his Cloak of Shadows or vanish? He also has blind available. He's greeting it at the moment, managing to get away with the greed. Now where are they going to go with this next kidney shot? 8 seconds up for Drake. They go for a cheap shot instead on Dazed, but Cubsy fortunately has Innervate, so he's going to get a couple seconds of free healing right now. He's actually spent most of it in bear form. He gets caught in a stun regardless. Calvish in trouble. Blinks to the middle of the map. He shadow melts the Ray. Is it going to be enough to survive? He's trying to sit in it. He goes for the barrier, and it will disrupt their attempt. That would have been a block if he didn't shadow meld. Shadow meld vital in that exchange right there. And somehow Cubsy's managed to get his mana in a position where it's edging closer and closer to Zhang Bahai. And Gator's back may still have a chance.
Ooh, let's see what they can do. Nick is getting low. Dazed is getting low. It is a race to the finish here in this game number 1. Who is going to strike first blood in this best of 7? Ray of Frost channels out here for Calvish, but the damage just is not there. Drake finally taking some burst. Shatter combo after shatter combo, and Drake might just fall. This is so deadly. Zhang Bahai finally able to connect some heals here onto Drake, but he is still on the run. Gator's back is swarming them. The double disorienting roar. Cubsy is getting aggressive. Full cyclone. Drake drops a smoke bomb. How is he still alive? Just using the pillar, utilizing the best he can. Zhang Bahai gets the triple sweep, and they might be able to reverse this. Drake somehow lives in such a dire situation.
Cubsy's managed to do it. Mana is even at this point, but pressure's in favor of Welcome to the Jungle. Dazed has to Cloak of Shadows, but the Rogue can cut through that. Drake evasions. Drake is low. Dazed is low. Who is going to fall first? It could be a cross kill. Kidney shot onto Drake. Dazed is getting blasted by Nick's Ray of Frost. Dazed manages to disrupt it, but he's still low. I think they're both going to die. Counterspell on Jungle Bahai. Hey, Cubsy's completely out of mana. Drake's going to fall first in the Dragon's Breath, and can Nick finish Dazed here? I think it's unlikely. No Ray of Frost available. Cubsy does some God's work.
Oh my gosh.
He has had such a huge mana deficit for most of this match. Keeps his team going, regenerated mana in those Tree of Lives, picked his moments, kept his team alive, and in the late game, overwhelmed Drake. But this is making like anyone's prediction right now looking pretty tough, I think. Because I was expecting Gators back to win this more or less effortlessly with how everybody in Europe's been talking about Druid, and that didn't look effortless.
Definitely not. But I do wonder if like Cubsy will just play the match more conservatively from the start. You know, like play it a little bit different. Still pick those moments to get the NS clones and push in and get the roars, but just try to conserve mana and use, you know, what is it called? Master Shapeshifter that allows you to recover mana by just spamming out wraths and star surges and stuff like that. Doing. Yeah, so very, very important for Cubsy that if you can get those casts off, especially in tree form. So maybe just play a little bit more passive, find those moments. And they'll be able to edge out a bigger win, but this definitely looked really close. It felt like Welcome to the Jung definitely had moments that they could win this, but ultimately Gators back's gonna be super happy to claim that game number 1.
Really showing that they are the best at North America as an offer, but Gators back take first blood in this series, which does give them a blind pick advantage if it ever comes to that. I really think it's just a matter of playing Druid or not. Like he was playing Druid in the past, but is it going to be as good as Cubsy's Druid? If that ends up being the case, maybe he's got more traps on it. They're going to go to a smaller map, so they can really pressure the Druid. I think that could likely favor the MISC route. It's done, not really being an option on swap. Could be an option there. So I would actually like to see Rosen go to a smaller map. So they can get like a hook point, be a bit more aggressive. Cubsy, trying to get him into the mix a little bit more than they were able to, because it's just so difficult for the roads that you get time on any sort of large map that I think we're going to need something small, but maybe they won't. They probably won't. Nick did a lot of damage in this game, even despite actually out-damaging. I guess Dazed kind of evened it out, though. Out-damaging Drake by about 2 million here, and Cubsy did a lot of damage, too. 4.1 million there. He was spamming his Wrath and Stars that entire game. They get an extra 3 million damage on Zhang Bahai in this position, and this is going to be a long series. This was almost a 10-minute game here between these Titans in North America, and Cubsy's adding a lot of damage. They're not backing down. They decide to go to the large map regardless. So they're down mana, but I feel like if you're bringing that drinking, why would you pick the small or the large map? This is just more likely that Cubsy will be able to drink.
Yeah, true. But there's also times where Zhang Bahai has drank in the past too with the mass invisibility. So I think they can both kind of drink. It used to be just a Druid game where you would get like Shadow Meld Restelts and drink, but now with Mass Invis, I feel like there's maybe opportunities for Zhang Bahai here, but I think, so this is my prediction for the series. I feel like if Welcome to the Jungle loses this, they'll probably just keep locking in this matchup because the games have been close, but I think this is going to probably convince Welcome to the Jungle that they need to pick up Resto Druid, because it does seem really good with the Outlaw Frost. Although changes are coming, so who knows? Maybe it's not even good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Outlaw Rogue could be falling off pretty heavily. Mind you, Subtlety Rogue's probably waiting in the wings, ready to go as a assassination. I think maybe assassination as a quick substitute for it, although maybe not as impressive. We will have to wait and see here. But game number 2, Welcome to the Jungle, locking in the same composition here, ready to go head to head. They learned a lot in that matchup. Zhang Bahai was trying to get crowd control early game, and now they really landed and shut down so much. Maybe they need to focus on that window, because at the same time, it does feel like if he was able to get those songs, he would get that song. They really need to save talent from that window, because he's being polymorphed every time that he tried to move in for that crowd control. And Zico right now is having his prediction chat, leaning into Welcome to the Jungle.
Did they? Like, was it locked in? Well, are they locked into Welcome to the Jungle?
It would be weird if that didn't get locked in. I thought that was the whole reason we were doing the bid or not.
Imagine someone just dropped a bunch of points and just
and ruined the war.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that.
Oh, it's close.
Yeah, see, look,
Okay.
Welcome to the Zhang. So they bet on Zhang, but Cubsy Druid, bro. Don't bet. You got to bet on Cubsy's Druid. You're not going to bet on Cubsy's Druid. We're seeing him in the mix here doing tons of damage. Nick's dropping down Blizzard, trying to find someone out of stealth. Not find anybody. Drake even got a sap on Cubsy in the last game. It didn't even matter. He's actually right next to him. Combat is secured. No saps will be landed. Cubsy just opens. He gets paralyzed immediately. And Zhang Bahai is trying to get a song, but now he's blinded. And this is the trouble with the monk. If he could actually connect that song, I think it would be dangerous. But he gets intercepted, and Drake just dies in the opener. He just dies in the opener. Just one interception. One interception. Game over. Gators back. Up 2-0 in the series. Chat is livid. Zico is grinning.
I mean, that's a tilter for sure. That is one of the things about a matchup like this, right? Like, when you're watching at home, you're probably thinking, man, these games are taking a long time. Well, the reason why they're taking a long time is because these teams are good. If they weren't good, the games end like this. So, I mean, if you kind of get baited into a false sense of security. Let's see exactly what happens here. So, Zhang Bahai, he gets blinded. They open on Drake. Cubsy's there. He gets the disorienting roar, and then Drake literally just dies. He just trinkets too late. Doesn't respect the damage. I mean, that could have been a vanish. There could have been a lot that was done there, but it was kind of just a really tough situation. Zhang Bahai, like, if he trinkets his disorienting roar, he immediately is going to get NS cloned. I mean, Drake, so tough. I mean, if your Gator's back, you're so happy, though. That puts you in such a good spot.
Going to be a tough series here for Welcome to the Zhang. Miscalculating his durability in that moment in time. The cheap shot, they left a gap on the stun. Maybe he thought he was going to be okay, but it's so tough for Zhang Bahai because I feel like he needs to get these songs, but he just gets stopped every time. Whereas the Druid, you can't stop the Nature Swiftness clone. I think that's the distinct advantage that I'm noticing, at least for the Druid, is that the Druid gets guaranteed.
I wonder how much that Star Surge hit for.
It's gonna be on a lot. It's gonna be a lot.
I think it hits for hard. Also, like, I just wanna say this too. Like, Cubsy getting to play Druid, oof, that's scary for North America because Cubsy. I mean, Chanimal's been saying it all day. He thinks Cubsy's the best Druid in the game. Period. Nobody is better than Cubsy. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that might want to debate that, but I think Cubsy's been insanely good. And him getting to play this composition with these players on Resto Druid, I mean, I would be absolutely horrified. He's incredibly good at this class.
Well, they're just going another big map, Empyrean Domain right here. North America dominance on the line. Who is taking the crown going into the grand finals? Gators back and Welcome to the Jungle. They're tied on points right now, 320 apiece. The winner will advance with 340 into the number 1 seed position. Number 2 seed will face off against F tier in the grand finals. Winner time was locked in. The map is the same here. Too much for them to talk about. They're just in a great spot. They've seen what happens in the late game. They've seen that they're capable of winning early game. And yeah, Cubsy Star Surge, 75k. As a Boomkin main, I'm jealous because it's twice as hard. That's a non-crit. Is that a non-crit?
I think so, yeah.
Say crit if it's, yeah, that's a I'm jealous. My non-crit Star Surges is a Boomkin. That's my spell, Cubsy. As a Boomkin, it's like 19k non-crit if I'm lucky.
As a non-biased Boomy player, his has a cooldown. He can't put
mine requires a resource.
Yeah, but I've seen like 5, 6, 7 of them being used at the same time, you know.
His hits for 7 of them in one global. That's way better. I'd rather have a cooldown.
Hey, you're getting a 20% buff, all right?
Like, I would rather a talent that hits that hard with a cooldown than be able to spam it 7 times for the same amount. I could do so much with 6 extra globals.
Yeah, that's true. Star Surge are looking good for Resto Druid. I love Resto Druid. I've been non-stop playing it because it just feels like you have so much control of the match. Nature's Swiftness is especially super fun to use, and then when you can move in, you talk about Heart of the Wild, getting extra burst, you have all kinds of stuns. Like, it just feels like you can really be a playmaker, even if you're like bad, like me, you know? Like, Uncle Elliot's not great at Resto Druid, but it still feels like I can do some cool stuff.
You're the Nature's Swiftness clones, a couple Feral Frenzies, a Maim stun, you're like, yes.
A little disorient,
I am the goat.
Makes you feel that way, yeah.
I am the champ. And then you get stunned in Solo Shuffle and die instantly. You're like, this is not what I expected. That's it. That's the other thing with Druid. I feel like if it wasn't enabled by Rogue and Mage right now, it probably wouldn't be as dominant as it is.
Yeah.
I think it does need the support. So again, even though Druid's not getting nerfed, I believe, on Tuesday with losing the rogue protection and some of the mage threat, I think with Ray of Frost coming down, it's possible that Druid is also indirectly nerfed because the 2 specs that enable it this much are also being targeted. But he's got his build right here. He's got that, I think it's Master Shapeshifter on the bottom left above the green icon on the Druid tree. If we want to hover over it, it looks like a black icon on the Druid talent tree, or on the Resto talent tree. But what even is it actually? It's like a shapeshift.
It's
black
2 animals, I
icon
think. I think it's like a cat and a bear.
Yeah, that talent right there. This is what Cubsy is using to regenerate mana. So not only does his Star Surge hit harder, it also gives him mana. Okay, so every time he's pressing Wrath and Star Surge, he's getting mana back for himself. It's kind of the same interaction as the Mana Tea for the Monk, trying to juggle time to mix those in order to get your mana going into the late game. So it's very important for Cubsy to find any opportunity that he can to squeeze in those abilities in order to extend his mana. Because if Welcome to the Jungle win this, I think it will be off mana in the late game, or a Druid swap, but I don't see that happening on a map like this, which is why I would really prefer if they went to a small map. Zhongbahai gets sapped. Dazed is moving in like a shark. Nick alter times, anticipating the opener. Alters back, activates the barrier, and Dragon's Breath. Cubsy jumps into the mix to stun the rogue. Getting a lot of damage here. And intercepting the stuns. Zhongbahai is going to deal with this shot. He's going to go down. He's going to trade the Restoral. But he gets cloned. He didn't time it at the end of the stun, so now he can't heal the clone. And Drake might just die in the opener again. He trades out his Void Barrier to absorb damage. He's swapping on Cubsy. Song of Chi being launched here. Who's it going to hit? Looks like it's going after Calvish. It's going to hit Calvish, but instantly dispelled. Ring of Frost, nice swap onto Dazed here. Welcome to the Jungle, but he's got his Void Embellishment to absorb damage. It's reminding me of the Zalzak's Veiled Eye trinket, the tank trinket now with this embellishment. Nice cyclone, breaks some trouble. He's already gone through so much. He's in a full stun, like an Ice Block too. If they get uptime on Nick right now, they purge off the shields with Spell Steal. He Void Barriers. They cut through it with the Star Surge. Cubsy is just in position. You see him doing the little broccoli shuffle, running side to side. Finally, though, Zhongbahai gets asleep, and look how much pressure it gets. Just one Song of Chi-Ji into a Polymorph, and it forces Cubsy's trinket. They have to stop. Like, Zhongbahai is like a quarterback. They gotta get him. They gotta get him to the touchdown line. I think that Song of Chi-Ji is the touchdown line. They need to enable him to be able to get that.
Yeah, the crowd control definitely helps. And now Cubsy in a bit of a weird situation where he doesn't have his trinket. He's got no Iron Bark. A really good opportunity here for Welcome to the Jungle to take down Daze. He has no Vanish, so even though he can trinket out of a stun, he doesn't really have a response after that. And Calvish is low in a nightmare situation. Cubsy just playing in the backline now, not playing as confidently as we saw in the early stages of this game. Counterspell being used by Nick, I do believe. I don't know who that actually landed on. It was Calvish, so Calvish gets interrupted. Song of Chi-Ji once again, and Dazed is now in trouble. He's all alone. He's isolated. Defensive blind potentially, but Drake manages to find it. It looks like Cubsy will be able to heal him and keep him alive. Beautiful counterspell by Calvish on that Ray of Frost. Well done.
Well, full blind, no trinket. Drake trades the Cloak of Shadows and greets the trinket, jumping over to Calvish, but he's still just dying. He dismantles the rogue. Cubsy's looking for a low Cyclone and gets it. All-time Cyclone, denying Zhongbahai of the recovery, but his cooldowns are coming back up, so he's probably just happy that Drake isn't dead right now. He's going to have some big exchanges available in the near future. Dazed is going off in the corner right now, on the right side of the screen, to try and get a re-stealth, I think, for a cheap shot. He does get a re-stealth. Jumps in for cheap shot on Drake. Zhongbahai is moving in. He needs to get this song. Is he going to get it? He gets Dragon's Breath. He's very sad. Oh my god, I just killed him with the smoke bomb. Drake trinkets. Good response. In this exchange, takes 0 damage. They polymorph Daze, push down to Calvish, trying to switch off those Druid overtime effects. And they not a good win passively, I think, in game 1, so they just started sitting in the back, but they lost in dampening. So can Zhongbahai get there? He pre-life cocoons Drake. He anticipates Drake to target the close, which I think is a good read in this position. Zhongbahai into a stun. Cubsy goes for the clone, chains it together, nicks the target. Could swap Drake too as well. Kidney shot on Cubsy. They're actually going Cubsy amidst this aggression. Risky play. They don't even get a bar skin. It's really unfortunate. They don't even get a
there it is.
Paralyze him. There's the song. He preemptively casted the song and then paralyzed him so it would hit him right when it ended. He's realized that if he paralyzes first, they can stop him. So he's casting it ahead of time and preempting its movement, which is very intelligent from Zhongbahai. If he can manage to sneak a couple more of those, but right now his team is in a defensive position. He has to trinket, Restoral to recover Drake and recover, but Star Searchers are coming in. They're going Cubsy again. If they can't even get his Bark skin right now. This is really bad. They get a double Ring of Frost at least. Song of Chi-Ji. Zhongbahai's trying to fake an interrupt. Goes for it again. It's going to miss. It's going off into the distance. It hits Dazed. Cubsy will avoid that song. And now they're just trying to reposition. High retreating away from the clone, but
And
it's
that's
caught.
clone.
Nature Swiftness, pre-evasion. Nice play from Drake. Anticipating the stun here from Dazed. Trying to switch on to Nick. But it looks a little bit tough to get to him at the moment. Drake into a kidney shot. Cubsy's hitting him with Star Surges. Blasting him with those wraths. High is able to heal it regardless, though. Mana is even between these teams. Oh my god, what was that hit on Cal? What just hit Calvish? He has to block?
I mean, maybe there's a big roll there by Drake with the adrenaline rush. They make a swap on Daze. They have a lot of damage available. And that's the thing about the Outlaw Rogue. Every single time he's using Roll the Bones, he can get a huge boost of damage, and it can be very scary. Calvish low a little bit here. Cubsy should be able to keep him alive. Cubsy playing very passively now, sitting in the back, using Wrath. Drake gets caught, and Jungbahai is forced to trade out the Life Cocoon to keep Drake alive, but it's overlapped with Trinket and Cloak, so this is a clear opening here for Gators back.
Capitalize. Time is in. Calvish blinks over. Counterspell Jungbahai. Now possibly Nick in trouble. No, Calvish!
Oh!
We've seen it happen to both sides. It happens to the best of us, even the best of North America. Dying pre-CDs, and dying pre-CDs here gives Welcome to the Jung an opportunity to come back in this series, and they are learning. They are adapting. I think Jungbahai is starting to style a little bit in these situations, getting the crowd control that his team needs to. Pushing in this matchup, and his team is doing a lot of damage. Also, the end scoreboard there, like right here, it looks even, but at the end of the game, it looks like Drake and Nick started building a huge edge on overall damage. And I think that's what got the block randomly earlier on, right? I think right around here. They just
How many buffs does he have? Like, I don't even.
You just get hit by, I don't even understand what that was. It just felt like nothing. He just hit from thin air and lost all of his health. And then he counterspells, so he thinks he's fine, but then he gets leg swept, and then he just explodes. Quick little pop. Good response from Welcome to the Jung. They're not going to get 4 out in North America. They're getting better and better in the matchup. We're going to just likely watch these teams evolve, I think, throughout the series.
This is crazy. What a day. What a day of games. And like you said, we're going to be going to game 4 here. Gators back. Here's the question. What are they going to do with a map? Like, do you think a big map favors them? Do you think a small map favors them? Like, what do you think they're going to actually do in this game?
I mean, they're both just picking large neutral maps, I think. But I think the small map should favor the MISC figure. I just feel like it's got to be easier to get sleeps on a small map.
Yeah, it's possible. The Jungbahai also, yeah.
And I feel like it's easier to stop drinks if that ever does actually become an issue in the series also.
Drake, I mean, he's doing wild damage on that rogue. I mean,
yeah,
the
look
amount
at the
of
damage meter. This is what I was meant. I mean, it's suddenly, I don't know why. They looked at it earlier in the replay, they were even. But then at the end of the game, he's 2 Calvishes.
That is a huge gap. Like, that's a big gap.
When did Nick become 2 Calvishes in that game? Because they were even at one point. So it's not like he's leading since the beginning. He just built double the damage lead in like 2.5 minutes or something. You know, I think we were talking about Nick in the previous series too, just doing a remarkable amount of damage. I think it was against Belarus.
Yeah, Nick.
Oh, this is not. What is going on? I guess it makes sense here because it's Pillars. I wasn't expecting the Druid to such a small map. This one makes sense because it's Pillars. They want to get the monk out in the open. This is the one small map where I would think the Druid is favored. But it's interesting. They're thinking like the exact opposite. We'll have to see. I want to see when it advances more into the series. If Welcome to the Jung win here, then small maps are 100% better. But this map probably not so good.
This is a really good map for Cyclone. If Cubsy can actually be enabled to cast Cyclones, like you mentioned, not a lot of line of sight points. So, but maybe Gators back is setting up something cheeky. They're going to try something on their counter pop. Yeah, on their counter pick. I mean, in theory, the Druid should be a good matchup. That's what Europe seems to think. And yeah, we're going to play it again. So,
change. I think this is just going to be
all the way to game 7.
What they've prepared and their best odds. I mean, maybe if Gators back suddenly get dominated and they do an outlaw. But I don't see that happening. I don't think they're going to get completely dominated. Just a little bit of a misstep on Calvish's part, and honestly, just goes to Nick building like I don't know how he managed to build double the damage lead, in this type of. behind on match point. He has to make a tough decision. He commits it to the rogue, trusting that Nick will use ice block if he needs it in the next couple of seconds. Now they're getting aggressive. Look at the damage.
Daze is dead! Daze is dead! They're gonna do it!
Seconds away from victory, taking it to a game 7. Defensive smoke bomb, but Daze is there. A paralyzed for follow-up, and Zhang Bahai is the MVP, pulling his team through setup after setup, relentless crowd control chains, and ultimately securing the control that wins the match, taking it to a game 7.
exciting so far in Midnight Season 1. Time trials have concluded. We've got the group stage. It's going to be a rotating schedule for all of the teams that did qualify through those time trials, May 8th through the 31st, and then the Season 1 finals, June 12th through the 14th. And then they will be at BlizzCon as well. 3 global teams and 1 team from the Chinese region, September 12th through the 13th. A lot on the line over there as well. The level of competition is looking great. These time trials have been so fast. You can see some familiar faces in all of the groups. There's, of course, Team Liquid. No bias, of course. Fresh off the Race to World First. Physical God Comp, the only team basically in their own lane, playing their own specs that you don't really get to see anywhere else. Mandatory, made of some Echo players trying to prove themselves as a roster once more. And all of these teams definitely deserve to be here. And I am so excited to see MDI start next weekend. So definitely be tuning in for that. But that is going to be it for us. Thank you, everyone, so much for hanging out with us. Make sure to go support all of our players in AWC that competed this week if they are streaming right now. Hopefully they are, and we can check in on them. But thank you, everyone. We'll see you next weekend for MDI, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. We are also on Twitter at WoW Esports if you'd like some updates on all things WoW Esports. Thank you, everyone, so much, and we will see you soon. Bye.